Chapter 14, 75. If it was between ordinary gods, this method of stripping each other's divine source and bloodline would not work at all. However, the bloodline of the heaven-defying divine warrior could be digested with the inverse will. Under the inverse will, Nitian Guyun's celestial energy sphere was forcibly integrated into Nitian Hanqing's body, causing his celestial energy sphere to grow explosively. Although he had just broken through to the level 2 deity realm, the amount of God source he had now surpassed his father's peak, reaching the limit of level 2 deity realm. If it wasn't for the fact that the growth of his godly spirit was too fast and unstable, he might have even become a level 1 deity. In Nitian Guyun's body, the bloodline inherited from the emperor had also been integrated into Nitian Hanqing's body, making his defying will even more extreme. He had once been domineering, exterminating all those who refused to obey him. Now he was close to insanity, acting as if he was the sole ruler. After a few breaths, the surge gradually stabilized. Nitian Hanqing clenched his fists, his face contorted. This day has finally come. The throne of the heaven-defying nation is mine. The God domain is mine. The entire lost nation is mine. Everything in this world belongs to me, Nitian Hanqing. Cough, cough. Nitian Guyun coughed heavily. His sharp eyes were slowly covered with a layer of dark shadow of death. He looked at the blurry Nitian Hanqing. Unexpectedly, after experiencing the initial disbelief, he looked relieved and even a little gratified. Good. You are indeed the son that I, Nitian Guyun, have taught. You are my pride, and I can die in peace. The succession of the heaven-defying nation's monarchs was filled with bloodshed and cruelty. Even in his generation, he still hadn't gotten rid of it. He had long since prepared for this day. Nitian Hanqing stared at him indifferently, as if he was a stranger. If you have any last words, you can say them for the sake of my father. Nitian Guyun looked up to the sky and chuckled. He was as calm as ever. Killing Suyu is my father's ultimate wish. If he doesn't die, my heaven-defying bloodline will be the one to bury him. Are you done? Nitian Hanqing asked. Nitian Guyun slowly closed his eyes and quietly welcomed the reincarnation of the king of the heaven-defying kingdom. If that's all, then as your son, I'll tell you some final words. Nitian Hanqing said coldly, First of all, I don't need to be trained. Everything I get depends on myself. Who do you think you are? You only gave birth to me. Do you think you are qualified to train me? Secondly, Suyu is a great threat to me, and I will do my best to eradicate him. I don't need you to teach me this. At this moment, his defying will was so strong that it could no longer tolerate any existence above him, even if it was his biological father. Nitian Guyun, who had his eyes closed, trembled and barely opened his eyes. His blurry eyes seemed to have seen something from Nitian Hanqing. He murmured, He has gathered too much inverse will and has reached the limit of what he can bear. Is he about to achieve the inverse demon body? In his memory, there was an obscure record. In the past, the heaven-defying divine warrior's defiance will had exceeded its limit, causing it to fall into a state of madness and devour the world. Countless Star River overlords had died because of this. 8 sovereigns had worked together to suppress it in the ancient mysterious ice for 10,000 years. As such, he gradually came to his senses and successfully controlled the enormous inverse will. And from then on, his strength skyrocketed, surpassing the 7 emperors in one fell swoop, becoming the second strongest, second only to the World Annihilation Emperor. Now, the appearance of Nitian Hanqing was somewhat similar to the situation of the heaven-defying divine warrior in the past. If he could not withstand the excessive inverse will, like the heaven-defying divine warrior who was trapped in the ancient mysterious ice, he would gradually wake up and return to the body of a living creature. From then on, he would be invincible and invincible, or his soul would be destroyed by the inverse will and he would be transformed into a demon. From then on, he would be controlled by the demon to become a god and become an inverse demon. If this was the case, Nitian Hanqing would be dead in essence, leaving only an existence called the inverse demon. Oh! Nichiren Guyen smiled, and his smile was indescribably gloomy. Good son, work hard to absorb the inverse will. Whether you become a demon or not, this world will suffer disaster. If Nichiren Guyen controlled the inverse will, his strength would greatly improve, and he would unify the world. Under his rule, how could the living creatures have a good life? If he failed and became an inverse demon, it would be even more terrible. The power of the inverse demon was beyond words. At least, at that time, the 8 sovereigns were unmatched. Moreover, killing was second nature. At that time, the lost nation would suffer a catastrophe. No matter what the result was, after his death, the lost nation would suffer. After that, with a twisted smile, he closed his eyes. The monarch of a dynasty died in the desolate ruins. Nichiren Hanqing looked at his body indifferently, turned around, and disappeared without a look back. At the battlefield, the battle had ended, but the remaining breath was still there. Anyone who approached this place would feel uneasy. Yongya Wuheng gritted his teeth, and his heart was heavy. Nichiren Hanqing actually broke through to the 2nd level of heaven. Now that he survived the disaster, who knows what realm he will be in the next time. Regarding the Heaven-defying clan, the God Realm, and the other Shotgun dynasty all had a cautious attitude. There was no other reason than that the Heaven-defying clan was too strange. Every time they came back from the dead, they could burst out with greater potential. Yongya Chushua also felt that it was a pity to see her brother kill his enemy with his own hands. Who would have thought that Nichiren Hanqing was not fated to die? Bai Wanqing comforted them. Don't be discouraged. Although Nichiren Hanqing has a great fortune, we also have infinite potential to tap. We have learned a little bit of the 3 great magical powers of the epic-making dragon, and we can join forces to fight against a level 2 deity. If we practice to the level 2, Nichiren Hanqing may not be our match. Yongya Wuheng's eyes gradually calmed down, and he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Miss Bai Wuheng understands." Yongya Chushua smiled. She also wanted to comfort her brother with this. She couldn't help but worry about Suyu, only to find that Suyu had disappeared. Well, Luo Shui was also missing. Looking down, she saw 2 figures standing side by side on the fallen, sacred sky worship. Vixen! Yongya Chushua's eyes narrowed. If we are not careful, we will be taken advantage of. She immediately teleported to Suyu's side, facing Luo Shui. Yongya Wuheng shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Let's have a look. It's the sacred sky worship. I didn't expect the heaven-defying divine emperor to duplicate it." Suyu sized up the sacred sky worship carefully, evaluating it from its material quality, speed, functions, and other aspects. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Normally speaking, the era is constantly developing, and the civilization of the new era is bound to surpass the past. However, our current civilization, compared to the era of the ancient God realm, could only be considered as a barbaric tribe. Yongya Wuheng had a deep feeling about this. This is the normal pattern, but what our divine territory suffered was a heavy blow from the destruction of civilization. Countless civilizations were annihilated, leaving behind scattered remnants for our descendants. Naturally, it is difficult to catch up with the past civilizations. I really don't know why that sinful woman, the demon dragon, destroyed my god's domain. In fact, this question was also a question that Suyu had in mind. The sinful lady and the demon dragon would definitely not waste their energy to destroy the ancient god realm for no reason. What was the reason for their actions? The divine 9-dragon cauldron? Back in the god realm, apart from the 9 monarchs, the only thing that was worthy of attention was ancient god 9 dragon's inheritance, the god cauldron. The group of people inspected the sacred sky worship. The central control room was destroyed, but the rest of the parts were intact, especially in the sacred sky worship. There were no major casualties among the key personnel who operated the various parts. With a smile on his face, Yongya Wuheng said, Shouldn't we thank Niti and Hanching for giving us such a generous gift before we leave? As long as the central control room was repaired, they would obtain an extremely powerful killing weapon out of thin air. This item alone was comparable to the power of half of the empire. If Su Yu reorganized his own forces, such as the Snow White World Annihilation Plate, the 50 level 3 God Realm Generals, and the wizard tribe that he was on good terms with, he would definitely be able to dominate the divine territory. How was it? Were the people in the sacred sky worship willing to surrender to us? Su Yu asked Yongya Wuheng. Yongya Wuheng patted his chest. How could such a small matter be difficult? Under our persuasion and persuasion, they all abandoned the dark side for the light and decided to follow us from now on. Su Yu nodded. This couldn't be better. A sacred sky worship and a world annihilation plate of the same level. With these two peerless weapons in hand, the odds of success on their return to the Star River God Realm were extremely high. By the way, we found a large number of weapons in the warehouse of the sacred sky worship. According to our understanding, they should be weapons of a lost civilization. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to take a look. He found that half of the warehouse of the sacred sky worship was filled with various forms of civilization weapons. There were formation-destroying beasts, superior extermination cannons, and 7 or 8 huge unknown civilization weapons that looked like robots. Staring at the bronze-colored robots, Su Yu felt that they looked very familiar. If he remembered correctly, Wang Yunxian of the Great Eastern Alliance had once refined a similar puppet. However, that was only at the early stage of the prospective deity level. It was far from being comparable to this batch of giant puppets that exuded the aura of a level 4 deity. What particularly concerned Su Yu was that there was an unfinished puppet here. Its physique was 10 times that of an ordinary humanoid puppet, and it was tens of millions of feet tall. Its body was inlaid with various energy stones, and it was filled with extremely majestic energy. Su Yu and the others looked at this puppet with awe. Yongya Chushua stared at it and said, "What a powerful puppet! If it is completed, I'm afraid its power will be more than that of a level 3 deity, right? More than level 3? It can even reach level 2. Yongya Wuheng grabbed the person in charge of forging the puppet. The person in charge was a little proud. It's a pity that we didn't have time to complete it, and we didn't find a suitable pilot. Otherwise, Nitian Guyun and his son might not have been defeated. Yongya Wuheng kicked him hard. You sound very dissatisfied, don't you? A hint of murderous intent flashed, causing the person in charge to tremble and shut his mouth immediately. If he was dissatisfied, he would have been killed long ago. Su Yu looked at the giant puppet and said, "Hurry up with the completion. In addition, I will dispatch a group of skilled craftsmen, all of whom will be led by you personally. Be sure to teach them the forging techniques and methods." How could he say no to the words of the greatest Lord himself? Chapter 1476. One day later, at the border of the heaven-defying empire in Yongjin City. 5 years ago, the heaven-defying empire had stationed tens of millions of troops here. How majestic was that? Now, tens of millions of troops had been buried in the lost nation, and the heaven-defying empire had been defeated. The whole nation was shocked. The once glorious Yongjin City was now in a state of depression. In an inn, a few idle guests were drinking and chatting about the world. This time, the heaven-defying empire was defeated. The king was killed, and the tens of millions of troops never returned. Their situation was miserable, only a little better than the Empire of Darkness, which was about to be destroyed. Who said it wasn't? Our king was so powerful, but he died in the lost nation like this. It was really unexpected. Tell me, how did the wizards in the lost nation suddenly become so powerful? In the past, our empire suppressed them, but this time the sacrifice was so tragic that I can't bear to look at it. In the treasure chest of the inn, a group of 5 people listened quietly. Knowing that Niti and Guyen had died, all 5 of them were surprised. Yongye Wuheng pondered and said, Brother Su, the injuries you caused to Nitian Guyan that day, did he die? Su Yu shook his head. He did not die because of me. Chu Shue frowned. That's strange. With Nitian Hanqing protecting him, who could kill him? The other emperors were busy with their own affairs. How could they have the time to ambush the father and son? Suddenly, Yongye Wuheng frowned deeply. I once heard my father say that the throne of the heaven-defying empire has always been more bloody than that of the other royal sacred factions. There are often cases of patricide and usurpation. If there is no other reason, it should be Nitian Hanqing. Surprisingly, no one refuted this. If there was anyone who was most likely to do such a treacherous thing, it would be Nitian Hanqing. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent, and he was not surprised. He himself was a person who had been blessed by the defying will, and he knew that Nitian Hanqing had survived the disaster. He just didn't know to what extent he had changed this time. Nitian Hanqing's whereabouts are unknown. It is unnecessary for us to worry. It is better to improve our strength. Sooner or later we will fight him again, Su Yu said. They nodded and said no more. If there is nothing else, we can leave for the Endless Origin now. Su Yu could not hold back his emotions. Yongye Chushua hesitated slightly and said, Can we go back to the Empire of Darkness? I want to know how Father is. Although Yongye Wuheng didn't say anything, he couldn't hide the worry on his face since he returned to the god's domain. After all, he was their biological father. He had raised them and treated them well, so their relationship was still there. This place was quite far from the dynasty, so detailed information was scarce. One could only find out if they headed to the dynasty. So you said, sure, let's set off now. The siblings were filled with gratitude. They bowed and said, Thank you, Brother Su. Soon, at the border of the Empire of Darkness, the northern Xue nation, which used to belong to the empire, was now separated from it and incorporated into the territory of the heaven-defying empire. The cities at the border were abandoned, and there were wandering commoners everywhere. There were also defeated generals who were fleeing for their lives, fleeing into the ruins. As they passed by the city, they were filled with emotions. The Empire of Darkness, which used to be glorious and prosperous in the past, had collapsed just like that. The affairs of the world were inconstant, and the fate of the empire was just like these poor commoners, unpredictable. In the abandoned city, miserable screams and the sound of people fleeing in panic rang out, mixed with the sound of horse hooves and mocking laughter. Everyone was high up in the sky, and they could clearly see the situation in the city. It was a group of soldiers with translucent bodies. They suddenly entered the city in an ambush, looting property, abducting women, and arresting young men. As for the elderly and children, those who dared to resist were all killed. The commoners in front of them sensed that something was wrong and fled out of the city. But how could they escape the pursuit of the soldiers? Along the way, they fell down like wheat softly lying in a pool of blood. Su Yu and the others were all existences who had been cultivating for many years, and they were used to seeing life and death in battles. Such a scene could not move them at all. The world is in chaos. Su Yu sighed softly and waved his sleeves in the air, bringing up a tornado, accurately rolling the translucent soldiers in the city into the sky. The people in the city were at a loss and fled out of the city. Yongye Wuheng was surprised. The suffering people in the world are like billions of grains of sand in the Ganges River. How can you save them all by yourself? He did not expect that Su Yu, with his profound cultivation, would still be kind enough to save unrelated people. In the eyes of the gods, ordinary people were no different from weeds. Su Yu said, I can't save the people in the world, but can I ignore the suffering of the people in front of me and stand by? Don't be afraid to do good. Do your best to have a clear conscience. The group of people listened to him and did not quite understand. Su Yu summoned a group of soldiers and stared at their clothes and skin color. If I remember correctly, you should be the soldiers of the Xue nation in the North Territory, right? Why, not long after the betrayal, did you kill your former compatriots? The soldiers who were dragged here turned pale. How could they not know that they had encountered a powerful person? Immediately they begged for mercy. Su Yu said, "Where is your commander?" "The commander is besieging the imperial city. We don't have enough food and soldiers, so he ordered us to loot the rear." "Besieging the imperial city?" Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "Who is your commander?" "It is the king of the Xue nation in the North Territory himself. He personally served as the commander and took advantage of the situation to attack the imperial city." Hearing this, Su Yu smiled, and there was undisguised contempt in his expression. Yongya Chushiwa was so angry that she laughed. Shameless. In the past, he failed to assassinate her, and now he took advantage of the chaos to besiege the imperial city. "Lead the way." Yongya Chushiwa's pretty face turned cold. Led by the soldiers, they went straight to the army camp of the Xue nation in the North Territory. 10 days later, in the imperial city. The imperial city that used to be dazzling in gold and jade had already fallen. The Southern Alliance Army, the Taiching Army, and the Ice and Fire Army had all set up camps in the city. In addition, there were also forces like the Xue nation in the North Territory who took advantage of the chaos to loot resources in the city. In the tent of the Xue nation in the North Territory, the king of the Xue nation in the North Territory, who was wearing a crown on his head, was beaming with joy as he met the leaders of various small forces. They gathered together and enthusiastically discussed the strategy to attack the city tomorrow. "Thank you for your respect. We have formed a righteous alliance to crusade against the royal family of the Empire of Darkness. If we succeed, you will all be heroes who have saved the people from disaster," the king of the Xue nation in the North Territory said passionately. A leader of a faction who had the cultivation of level 3 cupped his fists and said, "I am not a hero. We are all people who have been trapped by the Empire of Darkness. It would be best if we could save the people along the way." Everyone echoed him. A group of mobs whose goal was to loot, but they labeled themselves as righteous. Countless people had died in their hands, but now they were shamelessly boasting that they were righteous. While they were drinking, the king of the Xue nation in the North Territory raised his glass to an inconspicuous force at the end. "Come on, everyone. Let's welcome our new member today, leader Wen Xian." Wen Xian was a middle-aged woman. Time had left an indelible vicissitude on her jade-like face. She smiled faintly. Her smile was relieved, as if she had seen through the clouds of the world. It was as if she had seen through the mortal world. All the leaders looked at her with a hint of fear in their eyes. This woman, named Wen Xian, was a particularly active force in the divine realm, wandering around the ruins of the Empire of Darkness. In this force, apart from Wen Xian, who was at level 3, she also had several subordinates at level 4 to fight for her. Her force was one of the few that was not hated by the people. They did not engage in burning, killing, or looting. Their main business was the rare materials in the Lost Nation, and their business was good. Therefore, she had gathered a large number of experts. In the nearby area, the organization Truth-Seeking Heart was very famous. The king of the Xue nation in the North Territory had invited her many times, and this time she was finally invited to participate in the siege planned tomorrow. When Xian responded to the crowd's toast, the king of the Xue nation said, "With Wen Xian's participation, I believe we will be able to enter the city successfully with the armies of the 3 empires. Wen Xian will get a lot of benefits." When Xian put down her glass and said solemnly, "I'm not here for the wealth in the city, but for my 3 subordinates who are trapped in the city. If the inner city is destroyed, they will suffer an unexpected disaster." What? Everyone frowned. The Xue nation in the North Territory did not expect that there was another reason for her to agree. "I will help you break the inner city, but the battle after that will have nothing to do with me." When Xian said indifferently. As soon as she said this, some people were dissatisfied. "Leader Wen Xian, if you don't join us, we will be ambushed by the soldiers in the city if the news is leaked." "Indeed, it's not that we don't trust you, but that you know something you shouldn't know. When Xian listened quietly, and then glanced at them with her crystal eyes. So what? It's very simple. Either you join us, or, before the siege ends, you have to stay here temporarily. In addition, please hand over your communication device. A leader whose status was second only to the king of the Xue nation in the North Territory said. His name was Lu Shi. He used to be the largest underground organization in the area, which dealt in assassinations, robberies, theft, and other illegal businesses. His subordinates were numerous, including many bloodthirsty outlaws. His vicious reputation spread far and wide, intimidating the creatures of a region. When the empires were in glory, they were suppressed and hid in the dark. Now, they showed up openly and became the second most powerful person in the so-called Alliance of Justice and Order. When Xian smiled, "What if I don't choose either? How are you going to wrong me?" Lu Shi sneered. The rise of Wen Xian's force had more or less conflicts with him. At least 10 people had been executed for robbing Wen Xian's transport team. Lu Shi had kept this in mind for a long time. Now that they were in the same camp, Lu Shi was already displeased. Now that Wen Xian's attitude was so rude and unreasonable, he couldn't help but have a murderous intent rise in his heart. He slowly stood up and said, Leader, Wen Xian has always been confident in herself. I want to see if I can make Leader Wen Xian feel wronged." Wen Xian said indifferently, "Sure." Lu Shi sneered and suddenly attacked Wen Xian. His figure changed in an instant, like flashes of lightning, making it hard for people to tell which was the real one. The most valuable thing was that no matter if it was the real body or the shadow, the magical powers he used were all real. This meant that he had the combat power of hundreds of people. Chapter 1477. Only with such strength could she subdue those outlaws. Seeing thousands of attacks aimed at Wen Xian's head, everyone was worried for her. However, Wen Xian was still motionless. She just made a gesture with one hand and uttered some obscure words. Then, an invisible wave floated out, turning into a radiation shape, sweeping the surroundings. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of phantoms screamed at the same time. Most of the shadows disappeared in an instant. Only one figure, bleeding from all 7 apertures, covered his head and roared, This is witchcraft! You are a member of the sorcerer tribe." No one had expected that the famous leader of Wen Xian was a member of the sorcerer tribe. Wen Xian's eyes turned cold. While the shadow was still on the seat, she had already flown to a distance of 30 meters away from him. She made a gesture with one hand and a soul-destroying spell was shot out. The monarch of the Xue nation's face darkened. He slapped the table and flashed over. "Freeze the world!" He shouted, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to 0. The speed of the radiation waves slowed down and gradually weakened. However, when Xian cast another spell, sacrificial spell, this curse did not have any offensive power, but when the ripples came into contact with the soul-extinguishing curse's ripples, the soul-extinguishing curse that was on the verge of being extinguished suddenly surged. Not only did it recover to its peak state, but it also broke through the shackles of the frozen world. The monarch of the Xue nation's eyelids twitched violently. How could he still dare to defend Lu Shi? Using the ice and snow substitute, he narrowly escaped with his life. The doppelganger turned into black dust, and Lu, she was directly hit. The dignified leader of the dark organization, a person whose name made people pale in fear, had unexpectedly died on the spot and turned into black powder. The whole hall was silent. They were all shocked by Wen Xian's ruthless means. Even the monarch of the Xue nation was frightened. He knew that he was no match for her. After killing Lu Shi, Wen Xian looked around expressionlessly and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to make me feel wronged?" Everyone who was stared at by her avoided eye contact with her, especially the leaders of the forces who had been clamoring just now. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, this woman from the sorcerer tribe is so fierce. She is too damn powerful. She should not be an ordinary person in the sorcerer tribe, right? Everyone communicated via voice transmission, and they were extremely shocked. Looking around, when Xan said, "Since there's no one here, then we'll carry on as usual. Tomorrow I'll help you attack the city, but I won't care about your lives anymore. Do you have any objections?" Everyone cursed silently. Who would dare to object? The one with the biggest objection was already lying on the ground and turning into ashes. The king of the Shui kingdom of the northern region changed his expression several times. He turned from grim to a warm smile and said, "Leader, when Xian's strength is extraordinary, we admire you very much. Our righteous alliance is very willing to cooperate with you." As he spoke, he raised his glass from afar. "Happy working with you." The rest of the people also raised their cups, most of them looking happy. It was as if the violent conflict just now wasn't between them. Amidst the joyous and harmonious atmosphere, a discordant voice descended from the ninth heaven, like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. A disorderly mob. His voice was like thunder, shaking the chi and blood in their bodies. Shwa! In the midst of everyone's bewilderment, the figures of a man and a woman flashed like ghosts. As the remaining yin and yang chi dissipated, the two's true appearances were revealed. The crowd was stunned at first, then shocked again. Finally, they cried out in shock. The wanted criminal of the four great empires, Suyu, the princess of the Empire of Darkness, Yongye Chushue. The appearance of the two of them was like two delicious pieces of fresh meat falling into the den of a pack of hungry wolves. As a wanted criminal, the value of the resources awarded to Su Yu was needless to say. No creature could resist the temptation. And Yongye Chushue, as the princess of the Empire of Darkness, was equivalent to a powerful bargaining chip in their hands at this time. The appearance of the two of them turned their shock into ecstasy. The king of the Shui kingdom of the northern region was the most surprised. As the mortal enemy of almost all the descendants of the royal family of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory, the king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory wanted to kill Suyu 10,000 times over. However, he never dreamed that Suyu, who had disappeared without a trace, would appear in front of him. After a brief moment of shock, the king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory suddenly stood up, bursting with murderous intent. His eyes were slightly bloodshot as he roared, "Get out of my way! I want to kill him with my own hands!" Shwa. His body was like lightning, piercing through the void, and he went straight to Suyu with an indomitable momentum. The unforgettable hatred in his heart was awe-inspiring. However, a beautiful figure took a gentle step forward, and a pair of cold eyes were full of coldness. At the same time, the other party stretched out her seemingly slender palm and struck the residual shadow of the other party. Bang! The king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory left like lightning and returned like lightning. The difference was that he was standing when he left and lying down when he returned. His body directly smashed a large piece of the building, burying it in the dust. The crowd gasped. A single palm could seriously injure the king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory? Plop! The king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory crawled out of the ruins and stared at the owner of the snowy eyes. His pupils shrank. You have broken the seal and recovered to level 3? No, you are stronger than before. Back in the woods of drunken immortals of the North Territory, Yongye Chushue risked her life to break the seal and fought with him at level 3. At that time, he could still fight for a few rounds. Now, she was blown away by a single palm. Yongye Chushue said, coldly, "Humph! That day, you took advantage of the seal on me and almost put me in a hopeless situation. Did you ever think I would come back?" That day, she was almost raped by her son, Shui Qinchin, and the beasts of the royal family of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory. She survived because of Suyu. Thinking back on that day, Yongye Chushua's killing intent was even stronger. The king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory was frightened. He shouted, "Everyone, this woman is the princess of the Empire of Darkness. If we can capture her, the royal family will not dare to take action. A great opportunity is right in front of us. Don't miss it." However, the crowd looked at each other, indifferent. What a joke! Judging by the power of the palm just now, did he think they were blind? Obviously, he did not use his full strength. An ordinary palm could injure the king of the Shui kingdom of the North Territory. If he was enraged, he would not even know how he died. However, there were also gamblers. Man succeeds and God disposes. The opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't try it, it will be difficult for God to help us. A bearded level 3 deity and a black-clothed woman stepped forward and attacked at the same time. As soon as they attacked, the other 3 leaders also chose to attack. She was facing the siege of 5 people of the same level at the same time. Su Yu took a step forward, ready to share some of the burden. "Brother Su, I will do it myself." Yongye Chushua said, "I follow you to be trained, not to be a flower that needs to be protected." Hearing this, Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then stopped and stood with his arms crossed, watching quietly. Yongye Chushua blinked her snowy eyes and made a seal with her hands. The dragon blood in her body was boiling. From a distance, her body seemed to be burning with a layer of blood-red flame. Against the flame, a dragon emperor with a crown on his head appeared behind her, speaking in the obscure dragon language. "Dragon Emperor, heavenly voice," Yongye Chushua said calmly. The dragon language of the dragon emperor behind her disappeared into the void. Suddenly, the shadow of the chain of rules fell from the sky, binding all 5 people. Then, Yongye Chushua clenched her 5 fingers, and the chain of rules suddenly tightened. The 5-level 3 deities were killed on the spot. Not even a trace of their souls was left. 5-level 3 deities had been killed so easily. What shocked them even more was that the shape of the chain of rules was very similar to the legendary chain of rules. The king of the Shui nation of the North Territory finally changed his face, and his heart was pounding wildly. This was the real strength of Yongye Chushua. She killed 5 enemies in one breath. He gasped. When he saw Yongye Chushua looking at him, he was even more frightened. With a flash, he hid behind when Xan cupped his fists and pleaded, "Leader, when Xan, please help us. As a member of the Alliance of Justice and Order, I hope you can help us. We will thank you later." When Xan looked at him with her hands behind her back and said calmly, "Which one do you want me to deal with? The man or the woman?" The king of the Shui nation of the North Territory stared at Yongye Chushua deeply. "The woman. Leader, when Xan, you just need to hold him back for a while and let me kill the man. You don't need to fight with her." "Kill him?" When Xan showed an imperceptible smile, the monarch of the Shui nation in the Northern Territory nodded heavily. Yes, among all the people present, the only one who could compete with Yongye Chushua was when Xan. "All right," Wenxin said and walked toward Yongye Chushua. Seeing this, the king of the Shui nation of the Northern Territory felt relieved. He stared at Su Yu viciously and said in a ferocious voice, "Since you are seeking your own death, don't blame me for using your head as a sacrifice to my sons who died in vain." However, the next moment, what made the monarch of the northern region Shui nation dumbfounded was when Xan walked toward Yongye Chushua with her hands clasped behind her back, but she didn't attack. Instead, she walked past her. The strange thing was that Yongye Chushua didn't do anything. Instead, she looked at the monarch of the Shui nation in the Northern Territory with a mocking smile. When Xan walked past Yongye Chushua and came in front of Su Yu, she put down her hands but did not attack him. Instead, she bowed and said, "Greetings, General." Su Yu wore a faint smile. "I didn't expect to meet you again, Wu Xin." The so-called Wuxin was none other than the helm leader of the Saint Lady Temple, helm leader Wuxin. After they parted ways outside Fan Capital that day, she went to the divine realm alone to take a look. She never thought that they would meet again one day. Although she was in the divine realm, she kept the wizard tribe in mind and used the convenience of the caravan to inquire about the situation of the wizard tribe. How could she not know that Suyu had become the commander of the wizard tribe in Shun Capital? Wuxin smiled helplessly. Could it be that because I didn't fulfill my promise to sign up for you, fate has arranged for us to meet here? Was it faintly fated? Suyu vaguely sensed the trajectory of fate. Yes, he should have left for the endless origin directly. It was Yongye Chushue and her sister who made Suyu change his mind. Could it be that her promise to sacrifice her life for Suyu was still lingering between them? A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. After a pause, Wuxin glanced at the stiff face of the king of the Northern Territory Shui Nation and said with a faint smile, "General, someone ordered me to kill your maidservant. Please make a decision." Chapter 1478. The hall was dead silent. Was Wen Xian also one of Suyu's people? Yongye Chushue was already strong enough. And now there was Wen Xian. Some people who saw that the situation was not good had already slipped away. However, as soon as they sneaked out of the hall, they were forced back. Haha, did you ask Brother Su for permission to leave? Luo Shui, the Holy Maiden, stopped those who had escaped with a spell and brought them back. When Xian was delighted. The Holy Maiden is here too? The Holy Maiden? The people in the hall turned pale. The Holy Maiden of the wizard tribe was here too. Another 2 footsteps sounded, and Yongye Wuheng and Bai Wanqing walked in. The undisguised dragon might made them shudder with fear. There are 2 more. The leaders of the forces swallowed hard. Intuition told them that the 2 of them were no weaker than the former. Plop, the king of the Shui Nation knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Prince Wuheng, Princess Yongye." There was no need to think about escaping in front of 4 powerful masters. Yongye Wuheng's eyes were cold. "I dare not accept a subordinate like you, who not only betrayed us when we were in trouble, but also killed your way into the capital, burning, killing, and looting." The king of the Shui Nation quibbled. "I beg the prince and the princess to investigate this. I was forced by the heaven-defying empire, and I did not mean it." Hee, what a good forced. Yongye Chushue was so angry that she laughed. "You tried to kill me in the past and tried to use my blood to write the history of the Shui Nation in the North Territory. Was it also the heaven-defying empire that forced you?" Staring at him, Yongye Chushue's killing intent intensified. She asked Suyu, "Is he still useful?" Suyu stared at the king of the Shui Nation indifferently and said, "Kill him to avoid future trouble." This man was insidious and cruel, and he was flexible. Letting him go now would only cause more people to be killed. He might even threaten the king one day in the future. Suyu's words determined the future of the Shui Nation in the North Territory. The king of the Shui Nation was shocked and hurriedly retreated. He stared at Suyu and shouted bitterly, "Are you really going to kill us all? The royal family of the Northern Territory Shui Nation will all die in your hands. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Suyu had an indifferent look on his face, and he said placidly, "If I killed the innocent and suffered the backlash of the great path of heaven and earth, I would accept my fate. But I killed vermin like you who brought harm to the world, and there's no such thing as retribution. You'd better start over in your next life." A cold light flashed in Yongye Chushue's pretty eyes. Without any hesitation, she ended the life of the monarch of the Northern Shui Nation. A huge head was chopped off and blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic and bloody scene. At the moment of his death, he did not feel the slightest bit of regret, only endless resentment. You will not have a good ending. Suyu's heart did not waver in the slightest. The number of enemies who had died in his hands was innumerable, and the number of people who had grievances against him was also innumerable. If there really was a curse, he would have died a long time ago. General, how should we deal with the rest? When Xian asked, Su Yu looked around at them. At this moment, their expressions were filled with fear and helplessness. However, not too long ago, they were butchers who had brought disaster to the region and caused endless massacres. Su Yu did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for them. He said indifferently, "Search their souls. Those who have done evil will be killed on the spot. The rest will be spared from death." Under the joint efforts of the four of them, the people in the hall had no power to resist. They were baptized in blood. Among the 13 people, only 2 had just joined. Like when Xian, they had not had the time to do evil, so they escaped death. The rest, without exception, were beheaded. Wuxin, how is the situation in the city? Su Yu asked after they had dealt with the matter. Wuxin cast a regretful look at the Yongya siblings and sighed. The city is about to collapse. Tomorrow, the 2 great empires and the Southern Coalition Army will launch a general attack. The imperial city will not be able to hold on any longer. Yongya Wuheng said, "My father's magical powers are unparalleled. For many years, the empire has been secretly forging weapons of civilization, which are controlled by Shangguan Feiyu. It is impossible for the imperial city to be breached so easily. That is the reason why they launched a general attack," Wuxin said. "What do you mean?" Yongya Chushua frowned. Wu Xan said deeply, "Half a month ago, there was a small piece of news that an important member of the imperial court had disappeared from the face of the earth in a single night. I think this is why they dared to launch a general attack. There was no one in the city. Wasn't it the best time to launch a general attack? What, my father disappeared?" Yongya Chushua was shocked. How is this possible? There are strong men at the level of the Tai Ching Yunwan, the Bing Huatsangxing, and the Mermaid Emperor guarding outside. Wouldn't it be difficult for my father to take away the important member in the city? Wuxin said, "This is also the most incredible thing about this matter. It is indeed unbelievable that he disappeared without being noticed by them, unless there is an unimaginable master. However, if there is such a master, it would be a piece of cake to solve the predicament of the empire. Why did he only save the people and not the country?" When Su Yu and the others heard this, it was a warning. There was indeed such a master. Yongya Choma, the person who cheated the epic-making Dragon's Dragon Ball, was probably a terrifying level 1 existence. Indeed, he could take away the important member in the city, quietly. Moreover, he was in the critical period of refining the Dragon Ball and could not be interrupted. Therefore, it was not convenient for him to save the country. The 4 of them looked at each other and were secretly shocked. It was him. The epic-making dragon had cast a seal on them and taught them the magical powers of the Dragon Clan in the hope that they could fight against Yongya Choma and take back the Dragon Ball. Now was not the time for them to confront Yongya Choma directly. Forget it. Since my father is safe and sound, we have nothing to worry about. Let's leave quickly. Yongya Chushua was relieved. Wuxin thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I go with you? I can be of some help to you." Su Yu refused without hesitation. "No way. This trip is dangerous. I can't take you with me." Her promise had touched fate and might come true. How could he let her go into danger? "All right, I will stay in the Empire and keep an eye on the God Realm for you," Wuxin said. Then she took out a ring from her sleeve and handed it to Su Yu. "This is an ancient civilization weapon passed down by my ancestors from a martial artist when I was doing business in the God Realm for many years. I don't know its specific use, but it has defensive capabilities. It might be of some use to you." Su Yu looked at the item. It was an extremely old and cracked object. The ring was engraved with densely packed words. Su Yu had read all the languages of the various races but could not recognize them. Oh, this kind of ancient civilization weapon is rare. The Yongya siblings sized up. At least in the history books of the Yongya bloodline, there is no record of such a civilization weapon. Suyu said, an ancestral weapon? It's hard to trace its origins. Suyu took the item and cupped his fists. Thank you. The group bid farewell and immediately set off for the Endless Origin. They passed by the 99 tribes in the south. The barbarian land had become even more barren because of the chaos of war. There was no one for thousands of miles, and bones were everywhere. The recent situation was caused by the mermaid tribe. I wonder what kind of creature the Mermaid Emperor is. He could single-handedly stir up a storm in the god realm and destroy an empire that has been stable for millions of years. Yongya Chushiwe frowned deeply. Suyu looked into the distance at an abandoned sacred sky warship stuck in the ground. His eyes were fixed. He was one of the few people who knew the origin of the Mermaid Emperor, a grave-guarding spirit who had occupied the body of the Mermaid Emperor. He came from the crevice of the mysterious Crystal Mountains. At that moment, inside the crevice, the demonic dragon suddenly opened his bloody eyes, emitting a bone-chilling bloody light. He said in a low voice, I sense the aura of the fragment of the rules. He is here. Chapter 1479. From behind the stone door, a woman's voice floated out. I sense the familiar aura of an old friend on his body. The mystic Crystal Mountain range quickly fell silent. It was so quiet that it was like the omen of a storm, as if sensing something. So you took a deep look at the glazed Crystal Mountains. What was the purpose of destroying 9 Dragons Valley and the world-annihilating dragon? The 9 emperors had sacrificed themselves and used the Supreme 9 Emperor's tablet to seal them for hundreds of millions of years. Now, there were only 5 years left before they could break through the seal. Who would stop them then? Suyu could disregard the life and death of the people, but how long could he hide? The birth of the sinful woman had caused all living beings to perish. It was difficult for Suyu to remain unaffected. What's more, he had snatched the World Annihilation Dragon's fragment of laws, so it was inevitable that he would clash with the other party. After taking a deep breath, Suyu gazed in that direction and led the crowd into the Endless Origin. He was left behind in the ancient god domain, but he would come back again. Just like in the past, the Endless Origin was desolate and silent. Apart from the tomb guard spirits that occasionally appeared, there were no other living beings. Stepping into the range of the Endless Origin, one could deeply sense an indescribable sense of fear and pressure. It was as if there was a huge creature staring at them coldly in the dark. Nitian Wuheng frowned and said, Back then, the 4 imperial dynasties joined forces to explore the Endless Origin, but they returned empty-handed, and all of them perished here. Brother Su, we'd better be careful. At the very least, we need to find someone who is familiar with this area of water. Otherwise, it will be very bad if we accidentally enter a dangerous area. Back then, the 4 great empires had gathered countless experts, yet they still ended up like this, let alone them. Don't worry, there is someone who is familiar with this region of water, and she will be the most suitable person to lead the way for us. The 9 jade spiritual pearl on Suyu's arm flickered slightly, and a woman with long golden hair appeared from it. Its lower body was that of a fish, while its upper body was that of a human. A devastatingly beautiful face, like a precious jade in the darkness, refracted a gentle light that made one unable to shift their gaze away. Coupled with her smooth golden hair, she looked even more beautiful. Yongya Wuheng was dumbfounded, and he couldn't hide the amazement in his eyes. Even Yongya Chushiwe and Luo Shui, who were equally beautiful, could not help but feel pressured. They couldn't deny that she was a beautiful woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The 2 women could not help but feel a little hostile. The pitiful mermaid princess had not yet recovered from the sudden space transfer when she was targeted by 2 level 3 deities. Shuddering violently, Green Bead felt suffocated. She didn't say a word. She was the princess of the mermaid tribe, who had fled with Suyu in the past. When she saw Suyu, Luju felt as if she had been saved. She took a quick step and hid behind Suyu, sticking close to him. She was terrified of the two unfriendly women. However, her unconscious actions attracted even more hostile gazes from them. Suyu smiled. Without batting an eyelid, he blocked their imposing manner and said, "Luju, they're my friends." Suyu introduced her to them as well. "This is the princess of the mermaid tribe. She escaped with me during the coup, and she is also my friend." Only then did Luo Shuai and Yongye Chushue put away their hostility. Lu Zhu took a deep breath and carefully stepped forward to pay her respects. "Greetings, seniors, greetings, young master." She was inwardly shocked. After such a short period of time, Suyu had befriended several experts whose cultivations she couldn't see through. When Suyu first came here, he had to hide in the mysterious crystal mountains when he was being hunted by a deity. Suyu said, "Lu Zhu, I have decided to return to the Star River God Realm. I want to find the endless origin that I came here from. I hope you can lead the way for us." Hearing that, Lu Zhu's face changed drastically. "No, it is too dangerous there and we must not go too deep. Once we are discovered by the nine-headed strange beast, we won't even be able to escape." Suyu said, "We have already mentally prepared ourselves. If we really encounter it, we can only fight to the death. But didn't you reach the depths of the endless origin safely? I think you should have a safe way to go, right?" Lu Zhu said awkwardly, "Back then, I also took a great risk. According to the route summarized by the clan over the years, I was lucky all the way. That route can only be said to be relatively safe, but not absolutely safe." Yongye Chushue said coldly, "Tell me, what exactly is the danger?" Lu Zhu was a little afraid of her, and said pitifully, "Of course it is the nine-headed strange beast. It swims in this water all year round. Any living creature that enters this place, once discovered, has no chance of survival. Everyone in the Empire of Darkness knew about the rumors of the nine-headed strange beast. It was also a household name in the God Realm. This was the only restricted area in the God Realm, and even the emperors of the Empire dared not set foot in it. However, it does not swim all the time. According to the statistics of my clan over the years, it will fall into a deep sleep 3 days a month. This is the safest time. The day we met was the day it fell into a deep sleep." Lu Zhu revealed a key piece of information. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. "Then, how many days until it falls into a deep sleep this month?" Lu Zhu calculated and said, "There are 7 or 8 days left. By then it will be the safest time for us to go to the endless origin, provided that it is not awakened by external forces." "Is that so?" Although Suyu was eager to return to the Star River, he also knew that haste makes waste. "Okay, then wait patiently for 7 or 8 days. Suyu said. What they did not know was that during the few days of waiting, a female figure was walking in the ruins of the endless origin. She looked relaxed, and there was a teasing and relaxed look on her face. "Is this the end of the Lost Nation? I wonder if we can escape from the Lost Nation from here." 8 days later, according to Lu Zhu's calculations, this should be the time when the nine-headed strange god stopped swimming and fell into a deep sleep. Suyu and the others immediately set off. Under the guidance of Lu Zhu, they chose a relatively safe path and crossed a large area of water. Finally, 2 days later, they successfully arrived at the place where they first met Suyu. The water here was murky, and there were dark shadows everywhere, giving people a gloomy feeling. Feeling the great pressure, everyone's breathing became labored. "What is that?" Yongye Chushue's crystal eyes lit up. Suddenly, she saw deep ahead, in the turbulent water, a black shadow looming. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. In the turbulent water, there was a giant black thing lying on its stomach. Its whole body was incomparably huge, comparable to a sacred sky warship. Its whole body was covered with metallic scales, and it looked like an artificially forged monster. However, the destructive power that was emitted from its body from time to time as well as the aura that made people's souls tremble, all told them that it was an incomparably huge creature. In terms of size, it was not inferior to the giant of the bitter sea. What made Su Yu's heart palpitate was that its aura was even more suffocating than the giant of the bitter sea. The nine-headed strange god. Everyone's mind flashed with the terrifying existence of the legend at the same time. The forbidden creature that destroyed the allied forces of the four great empires and forced the four great empires to decline and perish overnight. Fortunately, as Luju had said, the nine-headed strange god had indeed fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, with the other party's powerful perception, there was no reason why it could not sense it at such a close distance. Su Yu transmitted his voice. In the depths of the turbulent water, go upstream, and that is where I want to go. All of you follow me. He took the lead, concealed his aura, and carefully came to the place where the turbulent water was. As they got closer to the nine-headed, strange god, they realized how terrifying it was. As they passed by its incomparably huge body, they felt like tiny ants. With a turn of its body, it could crush all of them to the ground. However, what was strange was that when Su Yu passed by the nine-headed strange god, the space between his brows wriggled restlessly. It was the Tao Tai's eye. For some reason, it seemed to have sensed it and was wriggling instinctively in its deep sleep. That's strange. The Tao Tai's eye actually sensed the nine-headed strange god. Su Yu thought to himself, after staring deeply at the nine-headed strange god for a few moments. Su Yu led the group carefully through it. Looking up, one could see an incomparably long pillar of water descending from the sky. The higher they went, the stronger the water became. Su Yu remembered that when it fell in the past, the power of the water was irresistible. Even though his divine power had improved greatly, he still felt extremely fearful when facing the water. Let's go. Su Yu quietly went upstream against the current. The water pillar smashed onto his body like a heavy, giant mountain, and his whole body was in extreme pain. Su Yu clenched his teeth and took the lead, slowly moving up against the water. At first, Su Yu could still travel a few thousand feet with a step. However, the further he went, the more terrifying the water pillar became. It slowly shrank from 1,000 feet to 100 feet, and from 100 feet to half a foot. At this moment, it was as if he was walking normally, and every step was difficult. Brother Su, let us take turns. If this goes on, you won't be able to take it. Yongya Chushiwe followed closely behind Su Yu. Suddenly, a drop of warm liquid fell on the tip of her nose. She thought it was the water pillar splashing onto her body, but when she realized the temperature of the liquid, she realized that something was wrong. She looked up and saw that Su Yu's arms were bleeding profusely. The blood was dripping down his arms and staining the water pillar red. Su Yu clenched his teeth. This small injury is nothing. When we can't take another step forward, it will be time to use the replica of the World Annihilation Plate. He had already gone through this in his mind countless times. It was impossible to pass through the countercurrent with brute force alone. Otherwise, this nine-headed strange god could charge into the Star River God realm with its own strength. Why would it hide here? The reason was that it couldn't pass through this countercurrent. The only way was to use a powerful force to push the countercurrent back. During the gap created, they would immediately rush out. Slowly, the water pillar became stronger and stronger, and they were almost washed down several times. If they went any further, they would not be able to take another step forward. Yongya Wuheng was extremely shocked. Even the emperor of the empire will be washed down, let alone us. Yongya Chushiwe and the others finally felt the pressure of the water pillar. They clenched their teeth and persevered. Reaching this point was the limit of the 5 of them. Looking at the dark passage under their feet and the blurry black shadow of the nine-headed strange god, Su Yu gritted his teeth and took out a snow-white, round plate the size of a palm from his sleeve. This was to prevent the World Annihilation Plate from shrinking like the cavern world. Chapter 1480. Whoosh! Endless columns of water poured down on the snow-white perfect World Annihilation Plate. Under the enormous pressure, the replica World Annihilation Plate trembled and made a rumbling sound. They couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, the more water accumulated on it, the more pressure the World Annihilation Plate would have to bear. In the end, it might not be able to break through the accumulated water. World Annihilation Cannon, activate! Suyu ordered. Inside the World Annihilation Plate, the people who were already prepared immediately went to work and mobilized all the World Annihilation Cannons. Buzz! Buzz! Waves of majestic energy gathered in the World Annihilation Cannon, brewing a terrible power. Yongya Chushiwe and the others were looking forward to it. They had long been curious about the Star River God Realm that Suyu had described. What was the shape of that God Realm? 10 breaths. 9 breaths. 8 breaths. The World Annihilation Plate started counting down. 10 breaths would be enough to gather all the energy of this destructive attack on the red ball in the middle. Then it would explode from the red ball. At that time, the power produced would be indescribable. The weakest level would be no less than the cannon of Law of the Sacred Sky worship. 1 breath. Buzz. Buzz. After the energy had been gathered, the hundreds of World Annihilation cannons vibrated violently. It was time to break through the countercurrent. However, at the last moment, Suyu gave an order indifferently. Target 30 degrees to the bottom left. Wait, Yongya Chushiwe and the others were stunned. Weren't they going to break through the countercurrent above? What was that 30 degrees to the bottom left? They fell into great confusion and confusion. Only Bai Wanqing immediately pinched her fingers. At the same time, her purple eyes shone brightly. Then, her pretty face changed dramatically. How could it be? I saw a redwood woman? What? The other 3 immediately looked in that direction. Vaguely, a dreamy redwood woman really did appear in the originally empty area. The endless water bombarded her body, but it was easily repelled, not suppressing her at all. At this moment, there was a woman hiding nearby. Not to mention them, any emperor of the empire would have broken out in a cold sweat. Someone was hiding nearby without a sound, but he was completely unaware of it, especially since it was such a dangerous and unfathomable place. It was extremely strange. However, what was even stranger was that when they saw the woman's face clearly, they were all stunned. The one who was the most shocked was the saint. Her eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, Kai, Sister Kailin, aren't you in the forbidden land of 10,000 demons? Why are you here? The others also fell into endless confusion and shock. When Suyu left, he only took the 4 of them with him. How could Kailin be here in advance? Moreover, at this moment, Kaylin's entire body was indescribably weird. Compared with her usual quietness, the faint smile hanging on the corner of Kaylin's mouth was completely unlike her. Kailin smiled indifferently and said, I'm also a member of the God Realm of the Star River. Is there a problem with me going back? The saintess was speechless and didn't know where to start. The others were also shocked by this strange scene and were somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Only Suyu's eyes were filled with deep fear. It's okay for Kailin to go back, but it's really hard for me to rest assured if you go back with us. Huh. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly. If she wasn't Kailin, then who is she? Kailin said sweetly, Suyu, do you still hate me for doing evil for the demon realm in the past? Now that I'm on the front line of the heart-cleansing revolution with you, is it really okay for you to treat me like this? Suyu said lightly, I don't remember standing on the front line with you. Red Dust Maiden. What? Everyone was shocked, especially the saintess, whose face was full of horror and surprise. Yongya Wuheng and the others might not know Red Dust Maiden, but how could the saintess not know? In the forbidden land of red dust, there was a very mysterious woman. The saintess said, Brother Su, you must be mistaken. When did Kailin become Red Dust Maiden? Su Yu's eyes were firmly fixed on Kaelin, and he said in a deep voice a long time ago, "If my speculation is correct, it should be that when you, Kaelin, and Zhang Lin fell into the dream and couldn't extricate themselves, she controlled Kaelin. Now, Kaelin should still be trapped in some kind of dream, and her body is controlled by red dust through the dream." Hearing such a response, the saintess was stunned. Others might not believe it, but she had to believe it, because before she left the dream, Red Dust Maiden did appear and made an agreement with her. That Kaelin was controlled by Red Dust Maiden was not groundless. Giggle. Suddenly, Kaelin covered her red lips and giggled. "What an interesting guy. I thought you were just a little smarter than ordinary people. But I didn't expect to underestimate you. Well, yes, I am Red Dust Maiden." As her voice fell, her body's surface emitted bursts of pink mist, like a dream. "The power of red dust!" the saintess exclaimed. She was indeed Red Dust Maiden. "How did you know?" "I thought you hid it well," Red Dust Maiden said with a smile. "Su Yu said lightly, you did hide it well, and you also got Kaelin's memory. There are not many flaws. The only flaw is that you only got the memory, but you didn't get the feelings she should have." "Oh, why do you say that?" Red Dust Maiden said. "Su Yu said, do you remember what kind of expression you had when the demonic god of six paths was captured?" There was no expression. Everyone listened quietly. Now that they thought about it carefully, Kaelin seemed to be hidden in the crowd at that time, and they didn't notice her. They didn't expect Su Yu to be so observant that he caught her expression. If the real Kaelin faced the most powerful demonic god of the past, she would either be sad about his experience or relieved and no longer worry about this disaster. She would never be expressionless. Su Yu said, "I was just surprised at that time. Your performance was a little too strange. Until we decided to return to the Star River God Realm, you didn't say anything." Su Yu shook his head. This was too strange for Kaelin. After all, she came from the Star River God Realm, and she certainly had the thought of going home. "At that time, I suspected that you might not be just a little strange, but that you were possessed." Su Yu said, "I had observed you secretly, but unfortunately, I couldn't see any traces of you being possessed. I have been wondering if I guessed wrong, until an old friend of mine appeared in my wife's dream, and I suddenly realized that occupying a person's body doesn't necessarily require soul possession. There is another way for a certain special existence, and that is dreams. The ability to control a person's body through dreams has only been recorded by one person in history, and that is the mysterious woman in the Red Dust Forbidden Land, Red Dust Maiden." Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, and for a moment they couldn't help but be alert. They had been with Red Dust Maiden for several years without knowing it. Red Dust Maiden said sweetly, "So, even though you knew I was Red Dust Maiden, you didn't dare to reveal my identity, in case I did something unfavorable?" Su Yu nodded and said, "I thought you would restrain yourself if I kept you under the eyes of the epic-making dragon. I didn't expect that your ultimate goal was to follow us into the Star River God Realm." Red Dust Maiden smiled and asked, "You mean the other end of this passage is actually the Star River God Realm? A part of the ancient god realm of 9 dragons?" "Huh." Su Yu frowned slightly. It seemed that Red Dust Maiden didn't know what the other end of the endless origin was. After thinking about it, Su Yu said, "Yes, if my inference is correct, after the ancient god realm of 9 dragons was destroyed, it should have fallen into the Lost Nation, causing a part of the god realm to fall into the Lost Nation and become the Lost God Realm. The other part, outside the Lost Nation, became the Star River God Realm." This was the inference that Su Yu had pondered over for many years, and there was no record of it in any history. Red Dust Maiden nodded and confirmed Su Yu's guess. "You are very smart, and your guess is very close to the truth. A part of the ancient god realm of 9 dragons did fall into the Lost Nation because of an accident. However, you are wrong about one thing. The Lost Nation is not an object, but a living creature." "What?" Such a horrifying explanation was like a clap of thunder to their ears. The lost nation, which they had lived and multiplied for hundreds of millions of years, was actually a living creature? Su Yu vaguely remembered that the evil god had once said that after the ancient god realm of 9 dragons was destroyed, an incomparably huge black shadow swept across the sky of the god realm. Then a part of the god realm disappeared. It was that creature that swallowed this part of the celestial territory. Originally, it had planned to swallow the entire celestial territory. Unfortunately, it seems that some kind of unexpected change happened. Before it could swallow the other part, it died. Red Dust Maiden looked at the deepest part of the falling water column and said slowly, "That gap is where it swallowed the god realm." The Holy Maiden asked curiously, "Is that the mouth? Could this passageway be its neck?" Red Dust Maiden looked at her meaningfully and said with a chuckle, "We don't know. Such a huge living creature has long gone beyond the scope of the Great Path rules. Only God knows what it is. Its body structure is different from ordinary living creatures. It couldn't be more ordinary." They listened attentively, and Su Yu was also enlightened. He had learned many secrets that he had never known before. However, he did not let his guard down. He said lightly, "You've said so much. Don't tell me you want us to take you to the Star River God Realm?" The 100 world devastation cannons seemed to have received an order. Beams of destructive light flickered, ready to explode at any time. However, Red Dust Maiden shook her head. "I thought it would be the outside world, but it turned out to be a fallen world worse than the Lost Nation. I can't be bothered to go. I'm talking to you to let you know that I'm actually not as bad as you think I am. Look, that stupid dragon hides everything and doesn't tell you anything. How good am I? I answer every question. So, I think we can actually be friends," Red Dust Maiden said with a smile. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He had asked the epic-making dragon about the Lost Nation, and she had told Su Yu that she would not answer him unless he had mastered it. Only the two of them knew about this, and Red Dust Maiden was able to find out. Chapter 1481. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he had long felt that the epic-making dragon was hiding something for giving him this item so easily. Su Yu said, "Then can you tell me why the Lost Nation has imprisoned so many powerful beings?" Mistress Hong Chin smiled charmingly. "That stupid dragon was right about one thing. Telling you won't help. At least knowing it now will do you more harm than good. However, what I can tell you is that the Lost Nation is about to open. The 3 great Forbidden Lands are getting restless, including the Ante in the Azura Forbidden Lands and that stupid dragon. They are all planning something. In addition, the sinful lady who was suppressed 1 billion years ago seems to be coming out soon. In short, the Lost Nation will soon be in great trouble. You have to be careful." After saying that, Mistress Hong Chen slowly flew down and said with a smile, "That's all I have to say. Good luck." Everyone stared at her disappearing figure warily. Where was the outside world that Mistress Hong Chen mentioned? Did she believe Su Yu's words so easily and not go to the Star River God Realm to take a look? Under everyone's stare, she returned to the bottom of the water with a smile. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly something strange happened. The sleeping 9-headed god had opened 9 pairs of ferocious, blood-red eyes. Mistress Hong Chin was oblivious to it and landed near him. When she sensed the ferocious breath behind her, she looked back and shrugged helplessly. "What bad luck, I'm done for." "Good luck!" As his voice drifted through the air, a huge ferocious head swallowed him in one gulp. The sudden scene shocked them to the point that their expressions changed drastically. Didn't the 9-headed god sleep for 3 days? Why did it wake up without any warning in just 2 days? Before he could reprimand Luzhu, Su Yu's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Turn around and shoot through the water, quick!" Rumble. Hundreds of world devastation cannons gathered their energy into the red bead in the middle. The 9-headed god at the bottom of the water sensed their presence. Its 9 heads stared up at them, its cold, merciless eyes locking onto them. Everyone stiffened. In front of such a terrifying creature, they felt like they were at the bottom of the food chain. It was as if the other party was at the top of the food chain, a high-level creature that was devouring them. Boom! At this moment, to prevent the world annihilation plate from unleashing its strongest attack, the red bead was filled with energy, and it erupted with an extreme red radiance. It suddenly pierced through the water above, and the endless flow of water was sent flying. The falling waterfall rolled back, forming a vacuum passage. Let's go! In the blink of an eye, Suyu put away the world annihilation plate and immediately displayed the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. He enveloped everyone in the reversed yin and yang energy and teleported them hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed more than half of the passageway. They had even caught up to the speed of the energy beam and were following closely behind it. From where they stood, they could already see the gap above their heads. A world of clear starlight appeared in front of them, sprinkling the dazzling starlight that the lost nation had never seen before. Yongya Chushiwe and the others were stunned, confused, and curious. Was that the god realm of the Star River, an ancient family of the god realm full of stars? As Suyu sensed the aura that he hadn't felt for a long time, his heart was filled with emotion. In his mind, the scene of Xia Jingyu waving at him appeared. He was back. After 7 years, he had finally returned to the Star River deity realm. However, at this moment, a violent force suddenly locked onto them. Looking down, everyone was shocked. The 9-headed ES god had followed them. It was less than 10 million feet away from them. Let's get out. Suyu was shocked. He immediately led everyone and rushed towards the last passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a dream, the 5 of them left behind blurry shadows that stretched for millions of feet as they rushed towards the gap. However, the 9-headed ES god was faster than them and rapidly shortened the distance between them. Their ferocious bloody eyes and terrifying heads looked as if they were going to devour all 5 of them. At this moment, the energy beam pierced through the passage and left the heaven pool. After a short period of drying up, the heaven pool was once again filled with endless Star River water. The massive amount of Star River water poured into the passage again. Suyu's expression changed slightly. The passage was longer than expected. If they didn't rush out now, they would definitely be pushed back by the water. Last chance, rush out. Suyu roared, sky-splitting yin-yang style. A huge yin-yang pattern appeared above their heads. After the endless water entered it, it was transferred out from the other side. However, this was only a temporary measure. After 10 consecutive transfers, the Tai Chi pattern could no longer withstand the crushing force of the torrent and shattered. Seeing that they were about to be washed out, Suyu shouted, 6 Dao Tianmuin! 6 blood-red eyes appeared behind him and shot out 6 pitch-black beams of light, blasting the pouring water into nothingness. However, how much water was there in the Star River? It was endless. After they rushed out 10,000 feet, endless Star River water fell again. Suyu's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a low voice, "Boundless fighting will!" The majestic fighting will condensed into a peerless divine weapon and broke through the countercurrent. The more it was suppressed, the stronger the fighting will became. In the end, the fighting will was so terrifying that it shattered the space, and countless streams of water were sucked into the void. However, the Star River water was too vast. In the end, the fighting will divine weapon could only resist the impact of the water and could not advance any further. Suyu gritted his teeth and shouted, 6,000 divine paths! In the past 5 years, he had comprehended a lot of the divine paths in the Tomb of All Deities and reached the level of 6,000 divine paths suddenly. The 6,000 divine legacies, which were 10,000 feet tall, forcibly pushed the majestic water up 10,000 feet high. Suyu and the others were able to advance another 10,000 feet. However, they were still 10,000 feet away from the gap, and there was no way forward at all. They watched as the water slapped down and washed all of them down. At this time, Yongya Chushiwe, Yongya Wuheng, Luo Shuai, and Bai Wanqing also erupted with unprecedented strength. The magical powers of the three great epic-making dragons and the sorcery passed down by the Moonwatch sect leader merged into a peerless power, violently bombarding the water and blasting it back 5,000 feet. Su Yu and the others took advantage of the situation to move forward again. However, they had to stop here. They had no time to open the last 5,000 feet. Was this the end? Su Yu's eyes were filled with reluctance, but his body was covered with blood and exhausted. He had no more strength to break through the last 5,000 feet. Below him were the 9 heavenly gods. Once they fell in, they would die without a burial place. At this moment, a long, thick branch suddenly flew down from the gap above. The branch wrapped around Su Yu and the others, then quickly pulled them out of the passage against the current. Bang! They were thrown out of the water like fish that had been hooked. The moment they jumped out of the water, the huge lake was finally filled with the majestic water of the Star River. They could vaguely hear the roars of the 9 heavenly gods being smashed down from the passage. Su Yu was in mid-air, breathing in the air that he had not breathed in for a long time. He could not calm down. It was as if a pair of wings had grown on his back, and he could not wait to fly to find Xia Jingyu, until a familiar, teasing voice fell into his ears. Sigh, after 7 years of fishing, I didn't expect to catch a few living creatures. Everyone turned around and saw a towering tree. It was bronze in color, and its branches were luxuriant and lush. It was the branches of the giant tree that had entangled them, allowing them to escape the disaster. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Today, I have saved you, but I don't want 100 lives. Just pay with your bodies. Women, warm my bed. Men, warm my feet. Yongya Chusha blushed and said softly, Is this the tree goddess? How obscene. Luo Xue's expression was also slightly unnatural. He widened his eyes and stared at the book goddess angrily. Yongya Wuhan was a little speechless. This tree was so strange. Could it be the tree goddess who had gone crazy from her cultivation? Only Bai Wanqing was startled. She murmured, It has been 7 years. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Only she is still waiting here. Humph! Whoever disobeys me, I will sell you immediately. I am very short of money recently, the tree goddess said arrogantly. Rustle! The sound of falling leaves fluttering gently rang out above the tree goddess's head. It was Su Yu who flew over and approached the crown of the tree. He was moved beyond words. Thank you, tree goddess. 7 years ago, he was accidentally swept into the Star River. 7 years later, she was still waiting by the lake. How could Su Yu not understand this feeling? He could even feel that the tree goddess was so excited at this moment that she needed to use absurd words to cover up her feelings. She wanted to cover up her current self with her past attitude. However, could that be covered up? 7 years of waiting without complaint or regret. When everyone had left and everyone thought that Su Yu could not be saved, she was the only one who was still waiting silently. Although the world was big, who would be willing to wait quietly in the cold wind and rain, in the silent time, under the faint hope of waiting quietly for 7 years? Apart from Xia Jingyu and Xiener, who else would do it? Only the tree goddess, who only cared about money, was the one who waited for Su Yu the most. The ancient tongue tree trembled slightly. The huge crown of the tree could not help but rustle, and leaves fell one after another. It was covered with dust and was full of traces of wind, frost, rain, and snow. It was also full of a woman's hidden sadness. The emotional fluctuations made the tree goddess unable to maintain her form. The green light spread and condensed into a human figure. It was a noble and elegant young girl in a green robe, slim and graceful. Her elegant temperament and slender body gave people a natural sense of beauty. Yongya Chushiwe and the others were dumbfounded. They could not associate the woman in front of them with the tree goddess, who was full of vulgar words. At this moment, the tree goddess lowered her head and did not look at Suyu. However, her slightly trembling body showed that she was very excited. "I am back," Suyu said softly. The tree goddess still did not look up, but in front of her heels, drops of moisture fell one after another. With a sobbing voice, she whispered, "Who knows you?" Suyu smiled slightly, gently held her in his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Thank you." The tree goddess was stiff as if she had been electrocuted. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she trembled and said, You, what are you doing?" Chapter 1482. The sudden hug turned the tree goddess, who was usually careless, into a little girl who had her first awakening of love. She was at a loss of what to do. 7 years and a hug. It was a luxury for her, but for Suyu it was just an action. After letting go of the tree goddess, her face turned red. She wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Suyu said, "Without you, we couldn't have come back." If she hadn't waited for 7 years, who would have pulled them up at the last moment? Suyu quietly accepted the heaviness of waiting. That hug was a promise to him. Yongya Chushue and Luoshue were both jealous and envious. Could this tree goddess be Suyu's woman? However, she didn't look like she was. The two women, who had never liked each other, couldn't help but look at each other. They had a tacit understanding. In Suyu's hometown, the number of rivals in love was unknown, so they had to cooperate with each other. After a long time, the tree goddess recovered from the unexpected hug and said with a sullen face, You bastard! You took advantage of me as soon as you came back. I don't want to live anymore." Having said that, only she knew the sweetness in her heart. When Suyu was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and looked at the Tianhu. The lake had returned to its usual calmness, and there was nothing unusual. However, his intuition was always sharp, so he said, "Everyone step back! Something is wrong." Everyone was surprised, but they obeyed Suyu's order and moved away from the Tianhu. They stared at the Tianhu without blinking. However, after a long time, nothing happened. The tree goddess patted her chest and said bitterly, "You don't have to scare me like this. I've been frightened today." First, Suyu came back alive, and then he gave her a hug, which made the tree goddess extremely nervous. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a huge bubble suddenly appeared on the Tianhu. The tree goddess was stunned, and then she said seriously, "Something is wrong. I have been by the lake for 7 years, and I have never seen a bubble. There is something in the lake." Bang! Before she finished speaking, a large wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. A tyrannical and peerless aura rose to the sky. Pound! Then a loud noise that shook the Star River suddenly broke out. A gigantic pitch-black claw that was over 1,000,000 feet in length reached out from the bottom of the lake, gripping tightly onto the shore of the lake. Following that, as more and more bubbles appeared, 9 gigantic heads emerged from the water. The splash it created was tens of millions of feet high. The river of stars that flowed to the heavenly lake even flowed in reverse, creating ripples and waves that stretched for billions of miles. Roar! The 9 heads let out a fierce roar that pierced through the galaxy, the demonic world, the former Great Western Alliance, and the deepest part of the Great Eastern Alliance. The tree goddess was dumbfounded. What is this? That terrifying aura made her feel the suppression of her rank. It was as if she was at the bottom of the food chain in front of it. Pound! The other claw of the 9-headed ES god hooked onto the side of the lake. Its gigantic body was even larger than the lake. He struggled to get out of the lake. Suyu and the others were overwhelmed with shock. If this 9-headed ES god broke into the Galaxy God realm, what would happen? All the creatures in the entire Galaxy God realm wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Take advantage of the fact that it hasn't come out yet, Suyu said, taking the lead and activating the sky-splitting yin-yang style. As soon as the style was displayed, The water of the Star River in the distance was transmitted through the Tai Chi pattern and poured into the lake. The powerful water flow caused the nine-headed god's body to sink slightly. However, it used its claws to stabilize itself and climbed out against the current. Yongya Wuhing saw this and immediately attacked. Flying dragon in the sky. The rest of the people didn't dare to let this terrifying monster climb up and attacked one after another. Dragon Emperor's heavenly voice. 1,000 years of dream. Soul-destroying, lifeless curse. The 5 of them worked together and erupted with unparalleled combat power, stirring up the Star River endlessly. The huge pressure made the tree goddess suffocate. She was inexplicably shocked. How could the group of people that Su Yu brought back be so powerful? However, the scales of the nine-headed god were terrifyingly strong. The magical powers of the 3 great dragons bombarded its body, and countless sparks burst out. What was even more strange was that a small part of its power was inexplicably devoured. Roar! The nine-headed god let out another deafening roar. This time, the roar contained great divine power. Yongya Wuheng and the other 3 trembled violently. Their magical powers were forcefully interrupted and they suffered a backlash, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Without hesitation, Su Yu summoned the replica of the World Annihilation Plate. World Annihilation Cannon, activate. 10 breaths. 9 breaths. 8 breaths. The World Annihilation Plate entered the countdown to attack. Taking advantage of the gap, Su Yu waved one hand and took out the Sacred Sky Ship, firing the Superior Extermination Cannon. The power of the Superior Extermination Cannon was slightly inferior to the World Annihilation Cannon, but its advantage was that it could charge up extremely quickly. In just 3 breaths, the 100 Superior Extermination Cannons were fully charged and fired. With a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth, the nine-headed god stuck in the lake was hit hard. However, the shocking thing was that its pitch-black scales bounced off most of the energy. Its body only sank a little, but it didn't suffer any substantial damage. Everyone was shocked. Even a level 1 deity might not be able to withstand the combined power of the 100 Superior Extermination Cannons. This nine-headed god was too terrifying. Fortunately, the World Annihilation Plate was ready. It immediately gathered all the energy on the red bead and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Back then, the aftermath of this attack had pierced through the giant of the Bitter Sea, who was a level 1 deity. Now that it was an all-out attack, the nine-headed god would be killed no matter how hard its scales were. As expected, as if it felt threatened, the nine-headed god struggled even more violently and roared continuously. The roars shook the galaxy. Even the World Annihilation Plate was shaking under the roars. The more it was like this, the stronger Su Yu's killing intent became. He must not be allowed to come up. Fire! With a command, the red beam of light suddenly shot out. With this shot, the nine-headed god was stuck in the lake. There was nowhere to retreat or hide. They would definitely die. However, an unimaginable scene appeared. The 9 heads of the nine-headed god actually combined into one at the critical moment. A hideous head that Su Yu was extremely familiar with appeared in front of him. It was a twisted, ferocious, greedy, and cruel face. A pair of eyes that were as black as ink shone with a greedy light. It was as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. The pair of eyes stared at Su Yu, and the greed in them intensified. It was as if Su Yu was exuding an irresistible temptation. And between Su Yu's eyebrows, the Tao Tai's eye that was embedded in it felt a strong reaction. It suddenly woke up from its slumber and opened its eyes abruptly. Su Yu's face changed drastically. He said in a serious voice, "Tao Tai!" That gigantic head was none other than the Tao Tai. The legendary nine-headed god turned out to be a living Tao Tai. Such a shocking fact caught Su Yu off guard. Then Yongya Wuheng and the others recognized the origin of this beast and were extremely shocked. The greedy beast that devours the heavens and spits out the earth, Tao Tai. Everyone felt as if their chests were blocked by something, and they couldn't even breathe. According to the legends, it was a ferocious beast that had an endless lifespan and could devour everything. Buzz! The red beam of light suddenly shot out. However, the Tao Tai's eyes emitted a jet black light, forming a pair of black vortexes, which swallowed up the destructive power completely. Everyone was shocked. Such a powerful blow was swallowed up just like that? The nine-headed strange beast, no, it was the Tao Tai. Its eyes revealed anthropomorphic cruelty and greed as it stared at Suyu. A shocking suction force engulfed Suyu and was about to devour him. Suyu remembered that Yun Yazi once said that Tao Tais loved to devour each other. If he met a Tao Tai one day, he would definitely be chased by it endlessly. Now his words came true, and he really met a Tao Tai. Being wrapped up by this force, Su Yu's divine power was sealed, and he couldn't resist. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed, Yongye Wuheng and the others launched attacks, but all their moves were swallowed up, and they couldn't do anything to this Tao Tai. At this critical moment, Su Yu had an idea and took out a snow-white piece of paper. It was a letter with the 9 dragon ancient deities' heaven book. Su Yu threw it and covered the Tao Tai's eyes. This pair of eyes, which could swallow everything, couldn't swallow a small piece of paper, and its eyes were really covered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu successfully got rid of it and retreated frantically. Roar! It seemed that the Tao Tai didn't expect that its eyes would be blocked. It grabbed the letter angrily and stared at Su Yu again. Another wave of sucking force erupted, wrapping around Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly, and the Tao Tai's eye between his eyebrows suddenly rotated, bursting out with a powerful sucking force. The 2 waves of sucking force collided in the air, forming a huge, pitch-black vortex, swallowing everything around it. The endless water of the Star River was swallowed and disappeared without a trace. Oh no, let's go! Yongye Wuheng saw that the situation was not good, and he shouted loudly, leading everyone to retreat hundreds of millions of miles. Even though they could see the situation there, the terrible sucking vortex was still there. The 2 Tao Tai's eyes crossed countless spaces and met here. So you finally understood why this 9-headed ES god would suddenly awaken. It wasn't that Luju's calculation and experience were wrong, but when he passed by the 9-headed god, the Tao Tai's eyes sensed each other. Now that the Tao Tai's eyes collided, Suyu's sucking force was obviously not as good as the real Tao Tai's. The black vortex kept moving toward Suyu, trying to swallow him up. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, Suyu suddenly felt something warm in his sleeve. A ring flew out on its own. It was a gift from Wuxin to Suyu before they parted. It was an ancestral treasure received from a martial artist, and it was said to be a weapon of civilization. However, as members of the royal family, the Yongye siblings had never seen it before. At this moment, the ring flew out on its own. The surface of the ancient ring cracked on its own, and the bronze rust on its surface peeled off, revealing the true appearance under the bronze. It turned out to be a jade bracelet. As soon as the bracelet appeared, the Tao Tai showed a look of fear. It retracted its gaze and immediately dived into the lake. This scene surprised Suyu. He closed the Tao Tai's eyes and looked at the jade bracelet. He found that there was nothing special about the bracelet. Apart from the halo that it emitted and the weak defensive power, there was nothing special about it. Chapter 1483. While Suyu was still in disbelief, the jade bracelet flew out on its own and swept toward the Tao Tai. Seeing this, the Tao Tai was terrified to the extreme and even let out a terrified roar. This did not stop the jade bracelet from flying towards him. A scene that shocked Suyu appeared. The jade bracelet continued to expand until it was 10 million zhang tall. Then she put it on Tao Zhe's body. Immediately after, the jade bracelet continued to shrink. The Tao Tai also involuntarily shrank along with the jade bracelet. In the end, it was only the size of a palm. The incomparably huge Tao Tai was forcefully suppressed until it became incomparably small. Not only that, but his strength was also suppressed by the jade bracelet. At this moment, he was completely harmless. Suyu was shocked. Where did this jade bracelet come from? Weapons of civilization. Even civilization weapons are not this powerful. The Taotai fluttered on the ground in horror, clumsy and ridiculous, still unable to connect it with the incomparably ferocious giant beast from before. He carefully probed a bit to make sure that Taotai was no longer in danger. Only then did Suyu pick it up. Yes, he picked it up. After being picked up by Suyu, the Taotai struggled even more fearfully. However, it was firmly confined by the jade bracelet, and it couldn't escape Suyu's palm at all. Suyu had an urge to laugh. Is this really not a dream? He carefully thought about when he saw Wuxin again, and the fate that had been touched in the unseen world. Wuxin would surely lose her life because of Suyu, and that was her fate. In the end, Suyu unexpectedly sensed the direction of fate and refused to accompany her, avoiding the terrifying danger of the Taotai. Her fate had changed. So Wuxin had to settle for the next best thing. She gave this ring to Suyu as compensation. Now that he thought about it, it seemed as if everything had been arranged beforehand. If not for Yongye Chushua's request to return to the imperial capital, would they have met Wuxin? If she hadn't rejected Wuxin's following, would she have given him the bracelet? If it wasn't for the ring, how could the great danger today be resolved so easily? The answer was no. Suyu's original fate was to suffer endless dangers and die in the eyes of the Taotai. In the end, his fate changed again and again, leading him to the other extreme. Not only did he not die, even the Taotai had fallen into his hands. Two changes in fate. One was extremely inauspicious, and the other was extremely auspicious. Did the changes occur naturally, or were they caused by external forces? There was a mysterious being who had wanted to kill Suyu for a long time. He had no doubt that the fate of Suyu's great calamity might have been arranged by him. What was most suspicious was how the 9 Yes gods charged out of the lake. He had clearly heard the sound of the 9 Yes gods being smashed into the bottom of the lake. How did they come up? It was absolutely impossible for it to crawl out of the passageway by itself. Otherwise, it would have crawled to the god realm of the Star River countless times over the years. Suyu would never believe that there was no invisible existence helping him in the dark. I dodged another calamity, Suyu thought to himself. The problem was that the fate of great calamities was arranged by those mysterious beings. Then, who was the one who changed fate? While Suyu was thinking, Taotai suddenly vomited, spitting out a pool of liquid. Within the liquid was a tiny person that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Shockingly, it was none other than Mistress Red Dust. Before she could be digested, she was shrunk together with Taotai. Suyu took it aside so that she wouldn't be affected by the jade bracelet. Then, she gradually enlarged and returned to her original body. She was still under Mistress Red Dust's control. Shaking off the filth that covered her, she grumbled. Why didn't you save me earlier? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. You reacted very calmly. This bracelet of yours seems very special. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Mistress Red Dust looked at the shrunken Taotai without fear. Her attention was focused on the jade pendant that bound it, and she blinked curiously. Suyu's expression changed slightly. She had seen it before? But I can't remember, Mistress Red Dust said again. The blue veins on Suyu's forehead throbbed. Mistress Red Dust was only slightly curious. She was no longer interested in the jade pendant, as if it was nothing in her eyes. She looked around and smiled. This is the god realm of the Star River? It's far worse than the Lost God realm. There isn't even a single expert here. There's a demon who is trying to become a middle god. It seems to be the descendant of the demon Sword Emperor, Mistress Red Dust said lightly. The demon Sword Emperor? Suyu was shocked again. the Nine Suns Cosmos sword formation that he cultivated was the essence of the demon Sword Emperor. The demon turned out to be the descendant of the demon Sword Emperor. This greatly exceeded Su Yu's expectations. If he remembered correctly, there was also a demon sword sovereign sect in the Lost God realm. However, it was eaten by Tao Tai during the last exploration of the Endless Origin. Then, it was replaced by another imperial sacred sect. Then, it gradually declined and disappeared in the long river of history. Who would have thought that the demon race was actually the descendant of the demon sword sovereign? No wonder the demon imperial family had inherited the Nine Suns Cosmos sword formation. Unfortunately, the first demon emperor took the wrong path and cultivated the curse of reincarnation of 10,000 demons instead of inheriting the essence of the demon sword emperor. Mistress Red Dust didn't seem very interested. Instead, she looked deeper into the starry river and shook her head. "There aren't any powerful experts to speak of," she said. "Just a descendant of the Devil's Word Emperor. I guess I'd better head back." As he spoke, Mistress Red Dust seemed to sense someone. She turned her head and looked into the depths of the Great Eastern Alliance, her calm eyes filled with shock. Gasp! It was that lord. Why would he be in the tiny star River God realm? Also, isn't the one playing chess with him one of the 9 emperors who has already died and whose remains have gone missing? Puff! Suddenly, Mistress Red Dust seemed to have suffered some kind of attack. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, blocking the words she was about to say. Her face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly bowed in the direction of the Great Eastern Alliance. "I was rude. I will leave immediately." After saying that, she plunged into the heavenly lake without looking back. Su Yu was left alone, extremely shocked. She didn't even take Tao Tai seriously and treated him indifferently. Who did she see just now? Who was the one who injured him? Especially that look of fear at the end. It was by no means fake. Su Yu was shocked. The desolate star river of the past had become extremely mysterious in his eyes at this moment. There were still powerful people hidden in the star river. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Yu put away his contempt and became extremely vigilant. What kind of people were hiding in the tiny star river God realm? Who was that lord? Also, she said that one of the 9 emperors was playing chess. Didn't the 9 emperors turn into ashes in the battle with the sinful lady? Why was there still one of them alive? His heart was in great turmoil. Swish, 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 Yongya Wuheng and the others, who noticed the weak breath of the vortex, quickly rushed back. When they saw the jade pendant in Su Yu's palm and the Tao Tai suppressed by the jade pendant, their eyelids twitched violently and they were horrified. Tao Tai was actually being suppressed? Swish! A slender palm grabbed over, and the tree goddess's eyes were full of golden light. Wow, it's a living Tao Tai. It must be very valuable. Su Yu rolled his eyes and put it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. He said, "I can't give it to you. If it breaks free, I am not sure that the jade pendant will seal it again." This beast was too terrifying, and Su Yu would never dare to give it to an outsider. The crisis of Tao Tai was resolved, and Su Yu's heart finally flew to Xia Jingyu. He took out the starry sky, heavenly book, and handed it to Bai Wanqing. "Can you help me find it now?" Bai Wanqing nodded and stroked the heavenly book. Her purple pupils were constantly emitting bright purple light, as if she was looking for something. After a long time, she closed her eyes wearily and pointed in a direction. "The line of fate between you and her is there." Looking in the direction she pointed, Su Yu's eyes showed a strange expression. The direction of the Great Eastern Alliance. How was this possible? He had stayed in the Great Eastern Alliance for several years, and he had never heard the slightest news about Xia Jingyu. Was she trapped somewhere, or had she already fallen between heaven and earth? "Let's go." Su Yu did not stop for a moment. He immediately boarded the World Annihilation Plate and hurried on. At this moment, his heart was like a lamp in the wind, flickering and extinguishing, and he was very nervous. From the line of red dust to the line of fate, he finally found the trace of Xiaojingyu. After being separated for nearly 20 years, could they meet again? Under the pear blossoms and moonlight, was the beauty who followed him to comprehend the divine decree the same as before? A series of questions lingered in his heart. After they left for a long time, several deities arrived one after another. There were the closest demons, and there were also some deities scattered in the Xing River. People from the demon dimension came in a mighty manner. There were thousands of demons. Most of them were quasi-deities, and only a few were deities. They surrounded a queen and slowly came nearby. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize her. She was the queen of the demon dimension, Princess Yunxia, Tianjizi's favorite person in the past, the concubine of the demon dimension's demon emperor, and the one who actually controlled the demon dimension. Her eyes were as sharp as ever. She glanced around and said, "After thousands of years, I see that terrible beam again. What is it? Why did it come from the bottom of the sky lake twice?" Next to her was her newly selected maid, who said, "Reporting to the princess, 7 years ago, Lord Six Paths fell into the sky lake and never came back. However, it was not until 5 years ago that the life tablet was broken. I wonder if there is another world under the sky lake?" Princess Yunxia glanced at her lightly. "A bunch of nonsense. The Xing River is the whole world. How can there be another world?" The maid trembled in fear and did not dare to speak again. Princess Yunxia's eyes were cold, but her heart was calm. There is more than a world below. That is the most prosperous place in the ancient god realm. If Su Yu knew what she was thinking, he would be surprised. Since ancient times, apart from Su Yu and the others, no one had returned alive from the lost god realm. How did she know about the situation of the lost god realm below? "Strengthen your realm and arrange patrols nearby," Princess Yunxia said. "The most critical moment of the first demon emperor has arrived. He must not be disturbed by external forces." Many demon gods were secretly excited. After waiting for many years, the first demon emperor had finally cultivated to the top. Was he ready to devour all the creatures in the Xing River and use their power to break through the shackles of the lower gods and reach the realm of the higher gods? In the cheers, the demons retreated. What they did not know was that not far away on a meteorite, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. His face was old, and his temperament was calm and gentle. His whole body emitted a faint Buddha's light. If someone who did not know better saw him, they would think that he was a Buddhist master. However, if Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that the old man was none other than the god of death, the terrible killer who established the Netherworld faction. He used to be the undead demon emperor of the demon dimension. Unwilling to be sacrificed to the giant of the bitter sea, he successfully escaped and established his own faction in the outside world. He became the strongest man, second only to the demon emperor, the god of death. He stood on the meteorite and looked at the demons that were gradually disappearing. Only then did he come to the lakeside. His old eyes looked around and said softly, "You finally showed up? I wonder if you still remember the agreement with me that year." Before Su Yu destroyed the world of divine remains, he reached an agreement with this terrible god of death. Chapter 1484. In a flash, the god of death disappeared from the Xing River. At this moment, in the Xing River, a mass of yin and yang energy crossed countless stars with the momentum of penetrating heaven and earth. The wild beasts that were foraging in the Xing River looked up at the empty Xing River blankly, then lowered their heads and continued to look for food as if nothing had happened. A few days later, Su Yu teleported to the vicinity of the former land of the gods. It was flattened by Su Yu that day, reduced to ruins, and all the evil creatures hiding in it were killed. Logically, this place should have become a land of death. Strangely, 3 cavern worlds were born in the ruins of the world, occupying this area. Su Yu frowned slightly. The land of the gods came back to life. Not far away, There were 10 huge battleships surrounding the 3 cavern worlds. The battleships had the unique logo of the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no doubt that they were sent by the Great Eastern Alliance to destroy the remnants of the land of the gods that had come back to life. What really caught Suyu's attention were 2 of the battleships, which belonged to the all-access merchant god. Suyu was surprised. "Is he here too?" After a little hesitation, Suyu said, "Come with me to meet an old friend." Suyu flashed and immediately appeared on one of the battleships of the all-access merchant god, descending directly into the most important room of the cabin. In his senses, there was a strong level 5 who was about to break through to the level 4 realm. In the Great Eastern Alliance, only the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity had such strength. However, what he saw was not the all-access merchant god, but a strange god that Suyu had never seen before. "Who are you?" Suyu asked. Did the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Western Alliance have this god? The god was about 40 years old, surrounded by cold air, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. He was practicing and did not guard against intruders. He said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you break into the fleet of the Divine Realm Empire?" "The Divine Realm Empire?" Suyu was slightly surprised. "Humph! Why are you so fierce? Answer me honestly. How could Luo Xue tolerate an inconspicuous little minion yelling at Suyu? With a spell, he sealed him so that he could not move. The god's face changed dramatically as he realized that he had encountered a peerless expert. He said in horror, Who are you, seniors?" Suyu was famous for a while, but not many people had seen him. It wasn't strange that he didn't know Suyu. Suyu asked, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The god hurriedly replied, "I'm Imu, the captain of the West Road Fleet. I've been ordered to come to the land of the gods to encircle and annihilate the rebels." "The West Fleet?" Suyu's eyes were filled with relief. "I haven't been back for many years, and the Great Eastern Alliance has finally made some moves. Even the Galaxy Fleet is ready." Suyu asked again, "Then what is the Celestial Realm Empire that you mentioned?" Imu stared at them as if they were monsters. It would be fine if they were weak beings, but why did seniors like them not know what was happening in the starry sky? Seeing Luo Xue's unfriendly expression, Imu had an idea and said, "Seniors, you might not know this, but 6 years ago, Lady Dakini persuaded the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance to merge with each other with her noble charm and peerless strength, forming the Divine Realm Alliance, the #1 force among the living beings in the universe." Bah! The tree goddess's eyebrows were almost raised, and her eyes were burning with anger. His noble personality, charisma, and strength had convinced the Great Western Alliance? Does she have any shame? It was clearly Suyu who unified the Western Alliance and became the Alliance Master of the Western Alliance. With his supreme majesty and strength, he managed to persuade the Western Alliance to merge with the Great Eastern Alliance to resist the demon world together. How did it become Dakini's credit now? Without Suyu seizing the position of the Alliance Master of the Western Alliance, it would have been difficult for the emissaries of the Great Eastern Alliance to even meet the Alliance Master, let alone the merger of the 2 great alliances. "Didn't anyone tell you that it was Alliance Master, Su, who made this happen?" Imu was obviously stunned and said, "Alliance Master Su? Who is it?" The tree goddess was so angry that she laughed, and her murderous intent was soaring. However, Suyu patted her on the shoulder and said lightly, "It doesn't matter whose credit it is." She was able to accommodate the Western Alliance and establish a unified organization to resist the demon world, which is in line with my original intention. There is no need to argue about the credit. The tree goddess turned her head and stared at him with dissatisfaction. "You are trying to piss me off." Suyu looked at Imu and said, "Well, tell me, what about the rebel army in the world of divine remains?" Imu said, "They are all cruel and bloodthirsty people in the empire of the god realm, and they colluded with the demon race and leaked the whereabouts of our army, causing the death of many soldiers who were sent to fight against the demon world. Everyone has the right to punish them. Unfortunately, they are very powerful, relying on the ruins to defend and not attack. We can't do anything to them for a while. Su Yu's eyes were cold. In the face of a great disaster, there were still traitors who colluded with the demon world. Are there people in all 3 cavern worlds? Su Yu asked coldly. Imu's whole body trembled, and he thought to himself, where did this killing god come from? What a strong killing intent. I am about to break through to level 4, but in front of him, I feel like I will be crushed to death at any time. Swallowing his saliva, Imu said, under our continuous attacks, they have all gathered in the middle cavern world and are resisting stubbornly. Su Yu's eyes swept towards the most central cavern world, where the scent of the Great War remained. A group of people who deserve to be hacked to pieces, Su Yu said coldly. He hated traitors the most in his life, especially those who had no bottom line in the face of great right and wrong, betraying the intelligence of his own army and causing the death of the God Realm's army. Even 100 deaths would not be enough to atone for their sins. Wait a moment, I will be back soon. Su Yu flew out of the cabin alone. Imu said, Senior, I will send strong men to accompany you. Yongye Chushua said lightly, there is no need for that. Your so-called strong men will only add to his troubles. As soon as Su Yu approached the middle cavern world, he immediately blasted out a beam of fusion energy. The power was not weak, comparable to a full blow from a level 4. Su Yu did not evade it, letting the blow hit his body like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Not even a corner of his clothes was damaged. Imu was stunned and his voice trembled. What kind of strength is this? Next, an even more shocking scene appeared. In the closed cavern world, Su Yu casually took out a golden long sword and slashed horizontally in the air, unleashing a golden sword energy that penetrated hundreds of millions of miles. Creak! There was a loud noise, and a scene that made Imu's eyes pop out of their sockets appeared in front of him. The sword energy actually split the entire cavern world into 2. Su Yu held the golden flames forbidden with sword in his hand, like a god of war, and stepped into the boundless rumbling of the cavern world. With a casual glance, he immediately noticed that several powerful deities had gathered in one place. They were gathering together to deal with Su Yu, the peerless enemy who had suddenly appeared. Shattering the cavern world with one sword, what kind of great power is this? In the middle of the ruins of the cavern world, a stalwart man with a powerful aura could not help but tremble. He sighed deeply, and his face was full of despair. Dakini, you are so cruel. You actually want to eliminate us completely by yourself? Beside him was a female deity who was full of maternal brilliance. Golden divine blood was constantly flowing from her chest, and her aura was gradually weakening. Her celestial energy sphere also showed signs of withering. She looked like she had been severely injured. She sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter if we die. You and I are both thorns in Dakini's eyes. It's a pity that no one can protect the juniors anymore. Sensing that the crushing and powerful aura was gradually approaching, the 2 of them looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Kill them. Kill them all. Just like that person, as long as he is alive, he will not die. The stalwart man clenched his fists and suppressed his fear. The female deity also had a look of unwillingness on her face. With a determined look, she rushed up. However, to their horror and despair, their opponent was too strong. They did not even sense the opponent's figure, and they were suppressed by a powerful aura. Step by step, they fell from the sky to the ground. When their feet touched the ground, a hand was placed on each of their shoulders. Obviously, it was a casual touch, but to their despair, their divine power was easily suppressed, and they could not use a trace of it. The 2 of them looked at each other for the last time. Only death was the relief and bitterness. In front of Dakini, they did not even have the power to resist Shang Deity All-Access Merchant God. Can you explain why it is you? However, the voice that rang in their ears was not the voice of Dakini, but a man. A voice that they were so familiar with for the past 7 years appeared in reality, abruptly and without any warning. The two of them trembled, and they could not believe it, as if they were dreaming. Turning their heads stiffly, they saw a familiar face, so familiar that they would never forget it, clearly appeared in front of them. Even so, they still could not believe it. The all-access merchant god said in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The holy maiden also stared at Suyu. She could not believe that the man who could suppress them with his aura alone was the boy from back then. Suyu released his hand and said, "I am back." The words, "I'm back," finally woke them up from their confusion. It was Suyu. He came back alive from under the heavenly lake. "It's really you." The two of them were shocked, overjoyed, and exclaimed. Some of the creatures around them also looked at each other from despair. What happened? That heaven-defying existence wasn't here to kill them? Why did it seem like he was familiar with the two deities? Suyu looked around and saw many slightly familiar faces, including those from the Shung deity family, the all-access merchant god family, the weapon refining family, and the crane deity family. Every single one of them looked exhausted and mentally tortured. I learned that the traitors of the God Realm Empire were besieged here, but I didn't expect it to be you. So, the so-called collusion with the demon world, leaking information and killing our own army, there's more to it than meets the eye? Suyu said lightly. He believed that they would never collude with the demon world. Hearing this, the all-access merchant god could not help but look up and laugh, and 2 strings of sad and old tears came out of his eyes. At this moment, Suyu discovered that the all-access merchant god's temples were white, his forehead was full of wrinkles, and his skin was much darker. After 7 years, he had aged so much. The Shun deity was also a lot more haggard, no longer as graceful and noble as she used to be. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Suyu and smiled. "Suyu, the Xing River is no longer the Xing River of the past. After 7 years, everything has changed." Chapter 1485. "Speak, I'm listening," Suyu said calmly. Suyu's indifferent eyes seemed to be able to see the great waves that were hidden beneath the calmness. The Shung deity wiped away her tears and said, "Everything begins with the integration of the Great Western Alliance." When the 2 alliances merged into one, the Eastern and Western alliances were supposed to elect a leader each to form a federation. However, you went missing and no one knew if you were dead or alive. The Western Alliance was left without a leader. The Shun deity said the Great Western Alliance has temporarily decided to let Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity jointly manage it, so as to form an alliance with the Great Eastern Alliance. And the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance was undoubtedly the Dakini. Both sides had negotiated the alliance, and everything should have gone smoothly, but as the Shung deity spoke, her eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness. The demon clan suddenly attacked and appeared at the negotiation venue. Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity died on the spot. Suyu's pupils contracted. They had actually died. Both of them were strong cultivators at the peak of the 5th level of the heaven, almost the same as the saint god Baotong merchant god. How could they die? Besides, why would the demons suddenly go deep into the negotiation hall? Kill them easily? How did they die? Suyu asked, his eyes filled with indescribable coldness. The Shung deity shook her head. "That's what I don't understand. The negotiation was conducted in secret. Only the Dakini and their 2 leaders were present. In the end, they were besieged, and only the Dakini survived. She killed all the enemies. Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity were unfortunately sacrificed. Let's not talk about how the Devil Clan reached the hinterland of the Great Eastern Alliance. Let's talk about how the Dakini had the ability to annihilate the invading enemies. Why did it cause the 2 of them to die tragically? The Great Western Alliance is once again leaderless. The negotiations have been delayed, and they have been forced to stay outside the galaxy for 3 years. As a result, they have been constantly attacked by small groups of demons, and their casualties are increasing day by day. The saint deity said, "Unfortunately, the saint deity continues to delay, causing the Great Western Alliance to suffer more and more losses." In the end, it was the all-access merchant god and I who joined forces with the other deities to request for her to negotiate for the second time. The condition of the negotiation was for the Western Alliance to unconditionally integrate into the Eastern Alliance and establish the Divine Realm Empire. Because of this, the two sides had a falling out and almost had a war. No matter how one looked at it, such harsh conditions were deliberately creating conflict between the two sides. It was me, the all-access merchant god, and the other deities who acted on our own, threatening to leave the Great Eastern Alliance to force the Dakini to give in. The condition was still the establishment of the Divine Realm Empire, but the Great Western Alliance was not under the jurisdiction of the Empire and was only responsible for cooperating with it. I thought that was the end of the matter, but after the Eastern and Western Alliances merged, something unexpected happened. The Dakini found out that the first prince, second princess, and sixth princess of the demonic world were hiding in the Western Alliance. She was furious and refused to listen to their reasons for joining the Western Alliance. Even if they surrendered, she still insisted on killing them. They were all captured and locked up in the underground dungeon. A group of insiders from the Great Western Alliance, and I immediately spoke up, but none of us were believed. The Shang deity clenched her fists, showing the strong indignation in her heart. The most unexpected thing happened. Another group of demon world soldiers attacked. The Divine Realm Empire sent a large army to exterminate them, but we were ambushed midway and completely wiped out. The Dakini conducted a rigorous investigation and determined that someone had colluded with the demons and released information to the enemy. Finally, a captured demon revealed that it was me, the merchant god, the sword deity, the artifact refining deity, and some of the great deities in the Great Western Alliance who passed the information to them. The result was predictable. We were hunted down by the Divine Realm Empire, and from the honorable heroes of the Divine Realm Empire, we fell to the level of traitors until we hid in the former world of divine remains. The Shang deity was extremely sad and indignant. After listening to the narration, Suyu slowly closed his eyes and suppressed his murderous intent. The Dakini at this moment, he couldn't let go of the past. From the Shang deity's narration, the Dakini's various actions were too suspicious, and it was almost certain that she had ulterior motives. Withdrawing his murderous intent, Suyu frowned. "Both of you are strong level 5 peak, only a step away from level 4. Why are you being hunted down? Moreover, you have been in the Great Eastern Alliance for many years, and your prestige is everywhere. How could the Dakini order all the deities to hunt you down?" This was what Suyu couldn't understand. The all-access merchant god smiled bitterly. "You don't know this, but as early as 100 years ago, the Dakini found an unparalleled relic at the bottom of the Great Eastern Alliance. It was filled with unimaginable resources. For many years, she had placed her confidence in the relic to cultivate, and cultivated 10 level for peerless, strong people. As for herself, she had already quietly cultivated to the 3rd heaven long ago. That's why we are being hunted down so badly." Suyu's eyes flashed slightly. As early as the discovery of the Heavenly Lake under the Western Alliance, you had guessed what was under the Great Eastern Alliance. The Xing River drifted at any time, and the cavern world had to rely on certain objects to be fixed. The Great Eastern Alliance should be no exception. He didn't expect it to be a mysterious relic. What was even more unexpected was that this relic had been discovered for hundreds of years, and the Dakini had used it to secretly develop her power, cultivating as many as 10 level 4 deities. With this power, it would be easy to rule the Eastern and Western Alliance. No wonder with the strength and prestige of the Shang deity and the all-access merchant god, they could easily end up like this. He was afraid that the other deities were afraid of the strength of these people and dared not resist. You couldn't help but think of Imu in the outside world. If he wasn't mistaken, he was one of the confidants of the Dakini. Suyu, what kind of strength do you have now? Why can't we see through it at all? The all-access merchant god stared at Suyu, recalling the scene of the two being easily suppressed by him just now. Suyu said, I can't measure the specific strength, but it's not difficult to solve the current situation. Both of their eyes lit up. Was Suyu confident that he could solve the current crisis? However, Suyu's next words made them fall into inexplicable shock. It's time to get rid of the Dakini. Get rid of the Dakini? They were pleasantly surprised and incredulous. What had Suyu experienced at the bottom of the heavenly lake? How could he be so confident that he could get rid of the Dakini? Now, she controlled the greatest force in the Xing River. The Holy Empire and her own strength had reached level 3. Even if Suyu had reached level 3, there was no way he could compete with the Dakini. Let's go and take over this western fleet first, Suyu said. With a wave of his hands, the Sheng deity and the all-access merchant god felt as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. When their feet were on solid ground, they had already appeared in a cabin. Mu, who was carefully entertaining Luo Shui and the others, felt his eyelids twitch. When he saw that the Sheng deity and the all-access merchant god were both grabbed by the shoulders by Suyu, he was overjoyed and shocked. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Back and forth, in just a few breaths, he had captured the two former deities who had been on the run for several years. However, the next moment, Mu stiffened on the spot. Suyu loosened his grip and said, Sheng deity, all-access merchant god, you two go and take over this fleet. If there are any loyal deities who resist, kill them immediately. The Sheng deity and the all-access merchant god stared at Mu. Seeing that the other party did not even dare to breathe, they were stunned. What are you waiting for? Suyu glanced at the two of them. A casual glance made them tremble slightly, as if they were under great pressure. They immediately accepted the order and went to the various warships to capture the important personnel. Mu's face finally changed, and he said, Senior, they are traitors who colluded with the demons. Why are you? He did not understand why Suyu, who was filled with righteous indignation and murderous intent just a moment ago, suddenly sheltered them and seized the fleet by force. Suyu stared at him thoughtfully. Do you know who I am? Mu cursed in his heart. Who knows where you monsters came from? He said, Senior, please enlighten me, Suyu said lightly. Since you are the confidant of the Dakini, you must know who Suyu is, right? Suyu. Mu's pupils widened, and he stared at Suyu in horror. Are you Suyu? Impossible, he fell into the heavenly lake, and there is absolutely no possibility of him surviving. Senior, please don't joke with me. Huh, the tree goddess snorted. When Suyu and I fell into the demon dimension, no one thought we would come back alive. What happened in the end? Mu's breathing quickened, and he felt guilty. Although he had never met Suyu before, how could he not know his name? His eyes turned quickly, and he immediately kowtowed. Junior Mu is willing to follow Senior Su. He knew that the situation was extremely bad, and he chose to rely on Suyu. However, Suyu said calmly, Since you are willing to follow me, let me see what kind of message you have secretly sent to your master. A dazzling red light flashed in his left eye, and a space talisman that was being transmitted in the void was suddenly moved back and fell into Suyu's palm from the void. Seeing this, Mu's face turned extremely pale. With a puff, the talisman was rubbed and destroyed, and a line of clear small words appeared in the air. Suyu has returned, and his divine power has been greatly improved. There are also several mysterious, strong men following him. I pretended to surrender, and I am willing to cooperate with you to destroy him. Staring at the small words, the tree goddess sneered without saying a word. Yongya Chushue and Luo Shui were also full of disdain. Yongya Wuheng laughed. How dare you play such a small trick in front of Brother Su? How insulting! Mu's face turned cold, and he hurriedly kowtowed. Senior, please spare my life. I had no choice. Su Yu shook his head calmly. No choice? The Dakini didn't control you, and you pretended to surrender. Mu's face turned pale, and he secretly clenched his fists, ready to fight to the death. Among these people, the other four were so powerful that they were suffocating, and he didn't even want to try. The only one who could do this was Su Yu. If he could take Su Yu by surprise and subdue him with this in mind, he begged even more desperately, Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you, and I can even make a vow, but please spare my life. While he was kowtowing, his face suddenly twisted, and he quickly grabbed Su Yu's legs with his hands as fast as lightning. Mountain shaking and mountain shaking. His vigorous divine power gathered in his palms, and he performed a move full of explosive power to seize Su Yu's legs. Then he took the opportunity to pull Su Yu to the ground and choke him. It was a good idea, and his action was decisive. Unfortunately, this sudden move didn't achieve the expected effect. Su Yu's legs were like two pillars that supported the sky, and they didn't move at all. Mu was shocked. How could this be possible? At this moment, he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. Why? Do you want to lick my shoes and pledge your loyalty? Unfortunately, there is no need for that. Chapter 1486. Yongya Chushiwe and Luo Shui's eyes turned cold. They were ready to kill Su Yu with their ultimate magical powers. Su Yu waved his hand to stop them. Staring at Mu, whose eyes were full of panic and despair, he said lightly, In fact, I welcome you to work for me. However, the method is not for you to make a dispensable oath. But his eyes suddenly shot out a beam of brilliant light, which disappeared between Mu's eyebrows. Mu's eyes gradually changed, and finally became gentle. He bowed to Su Yu and said, Greetings, Master. Today, the illusionary soul mirror had become more and more refined in Su Yu's hands. He could capture the gap in the enemy's mind in an instant and forcibly control them without having to open their minds. Mu was overjoyed when he learned that Su Yu intended to keep him for his own use, and that he would not die for the time being. Su Yu planted the illusionary soul mirror in his mind. Everyone was secretly shocked when they saw this scene. This kind of control method could make the enemy devout from the inside out, and his soul was not under his control at all. This technique was too horrible. If Su Yu used it on them, they would not have much chance to resist. They had a better understanding of Su Yu's strength. In Su Yu's perception, a soul mark appeared in his mind, which was the mark of Mu. In addition, there were also marks left by years of controlling others. Dozens of them were in the realm of demons. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Are they still alive? It's time to use them. With a thought, Su Yu crushed a communication jade pendant. In a primitive jungle somewhere in the realm of demons, in a secret building complex hidden underground, dozens of men in black and bamboo hats were shuttling back and forth. At the center of the building complex, a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat was standing. He was busy receiving all kinds of information and summarizing and classifying them. Next to him was a tall woman with bright eyes and white teeth. She had a beautiful face with a hint of arrogance. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and said, Father, the Demon King has left for 8 years and never contacted us again. Is it still necessary to collect information about the realm of demons for him day after day? They were Qian Jun and his daughter. Before Su Yu left, he only left them and the 50 controlled prospective deities to collect all the information about the realm of demons. The content of the information was complex and detailed, which was amazing. From the situation of the Holy Magic Hall dispatching troops to the price of goods in the Devil World. In the past 8 years, Qian Jun had established a covert intelligence force with 50 prospective deities as the foundation. There were nearly 10,000 people under his command, which radiated to all regions of the Devil World. Through this, he would be able to learn more about the demon world. Everything he had done was to complete Su Yu's order before he left. For the past 8 years, he had been meticulous and had never slacked off. However, it was as if Su Yu had vanished from the face of the earth, and he had never contacted them again. As a result, Sha'ur began to feel lost. She didn't know what was the point of continuing on like this. Qian Jun put down the jade pendant in his hand and sighed in a low voice. I guess you must have something important to deal with. Sha'ur said gloomily, has he forgotten about us? With that lord's means, he's most likely someone who can summon the wind and summon the rain in the galaxy, and is worshipped by the gods. Why would he still remember insignificant people like us? His words touched Qianjuan's sore spot, and his expression changed slightly. Sha'ur continued, Princess Yunxia has already noticed us. She has secretly ordered the Holy Magic Hall to investigate our intelligence organization. I think it won't be long before we are exposed. If we disband the organization now and hide our identities, we might still be able to— Shut up! Qian Jun's face darkened. Then he shouted, You and I owe him a debt of gratitude as long as we haven't given him the information we have collected in the past 8 years. If we disband the organization now, how can we face him? In fact, it would be difficult for them to disband the organization even if they wanted to. The 50 core members of the organization were all under Su Yu's control. Without his order, they wouldn't stop collecting information. Sha'ur opened her red lips and was about to say something. All of a sudden, a strange fiery light streaked across the sky toward the secret building complex. Sha'ur was stunned. Whose message is this? Why is it so strange? While she was thinking, Qian Jun's expression changed abruptly. Then he jumped up and grabbed the fiery light. The fiery light was extinguished. The splashing sparks turned into a line of small words in the void. Send someone to see me in half a year. The place is the Crane deities, family of the Great Eastern Alliance. Seeing the words, Qian Jun and his daughter were both shocked. Only one person would say that which was Inu. No, see you. After 8 years, he finally contacted them. Qian Jun burst into tears as he couldn't suppress his joy. 8 years of waiting is not in vain. Sha'ur was shocked. Then she sighed. Alas, 8 years have passed. The realm of demons is no longer what it used to be. Can he still save the situation by asking for information at this time? Qian Jun laughed in high spirits. Have you forgotten what he is best at? It was to make the impossible possible. Hearing that, Sha'ur was stunned a bit. Then she nodded her head. In the Star River, the army that occupied the West Road was controlled by Imu. The changes that happened in this place were not leaked to the Great Eastern Alliance. 10 battleships. The entire fleet returned without a sound. The remaining creatures in the 3 cavern worlds were also incorporated into the battleships. On the main ship, Su Yu said, Sheng deity, all access merchant god, why didn't I see Xing Yuanxin and Yang Tai? The Sheng deity and the all access merchant god said bitterly, it happened so suddenly. At that time, they were carrying out a mission in the Sanluo law enforcing team. We were chased by them and didn't have time to take them with us. Now, they are probably— the Sheng deity didn't finish her sentence. There were only 2 possible outcomes. Either they were captured or they were dead. If they were still alive, they would have gone to the world of divine remains to seek refuge. The old face of the all-access merchant god looked even older. The only child he had cultivated all his life was gone. Su Yu remained silent for a long time. In his mind, Xing Yuanxin's elegant and quiet figure, as well as Yang Tai's heroic and valiant demeanor, appeared. The 2 of them were Su Yu's few friends in the Great Eastern Alliance. What about Wang Yinxian? Su Yu asked. The all-access merchant god sighed silently. He was captured. Because of his special craftsmanship ability, his life was spared. He was imprisoned in the Empire as a craftsmanship slave. Su Yu looked around and finally found that some people were missing. Then, What about the craftsmanship deity? The shunned deity and the all-access merchant god were silent. Silence was the best answer. He had died. Su Yu was stunned. He had never had a direct relationship with the craftsmanship deity. However, in the tomb of the gods, there were few craftsmanship deities who supported him. Such an elder had died in this way. How did he die? Su Yu asked. They all escaped. Why didn't the craftsmanship deity leave? Plop! A figure knelt in front of Su Yu with a pale face and said in a low voice, I did not teach my son well. I taught him to be an evil creature. Secular sword deity? What do you mean? Su Yu shook his sleeves and helped him up. The sword deity's face was full of self-blame, shame, and hatred. He said, the death of the craftsmanship deity was all because of my son, Burui. The former second strongest of the Senluo Law Enforcement Hall, Burui, the descendant of the sword deity. Because Su Yu and Sheng Yuanxin were good friends, he fought with Su Yu, and the result was naturally tragic. After thinking about it, he realized that he had decided to retreat to practice. Unexpectedly, when he heard news of him again, he was the one who killed the craftsmanship deity. We originally fled separately. It was the evil creature who reported the whereabouts of the craftsmanship deity to the Dakini, which caused the craftsmanship deity to be besieged and killed. The secular sword deity clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Su Yu said indifferently, What is his purpose? The secular sword deity said with a look of shame. He felt that following us would bring about his own destruction. So he wanted to exchange the head of the craftsmanship deity for the qualification to stay in the God Realm Empire. He got what he wanted. Not only was he appointed as the new sword deity by the Dakini, but he was also put in an important position as the deputy captain of the East Fleet. He has an extraordinary position in the God Realm Empire. His words were serious and full of killing intent. If Burui was in front of him, he would never show mercy. I see, Su Yu said. So, what about Hirushu, the current master of the crane deity's family? The all-access merchant god sighed and said, After you went to the land of the gods, they were suppressed and their aristocratic families were disqualified. It was Yang Tai who took care of them. Later, we were also in danger. You don't need to think about the situation of the crane deity's family. According to some old guys in the Alliance who secretly support us, the important members of the crane deity's family have been enslaved and used as slaves. After hearing this, Su Yu took a deep breath. Xing Yuanxin and Yang Tai were missing. Wang Yinxian was captured, and Hirushu was enslaved. 1 year in the demonic dimension, 7 years in the lost god realm. 8 years had passed, and Su Yu's old friends had all suffered the same fate. And all this was because of one person, the Dakini. It's time to settle the score between us, Su Yu murmured as he stroked the ring on his fingertip. The Shun deity said hesitantly, I know you have made great progress in your cultivation, but you should think twice before you act to deal with the Dakini. She is now the spiritual leader of the God Realm Empire, worshipped by trillions of creatures. All the deities are convinced by her. A word from her can command all the deities in the God Realm Empire and affect the will of trillions of creatures. Don't be careless. Su Yu didn't care much about the deities of the God Realm Empire. However, Su Yu couldn't ignore the will of trillions of creatures. He had tried the incomparable effect of the power of faith on the divine path. He also hoped to absorb the faith of all living beings according to Xia Jingyu's method. If he killed the Dakini by force, he would be rejected by the will of all living beings. How could he obtain the power of faith of all living beings? He had to dispel the ignorant worship of the Dakini and let them know the crimes of the Dakini. If he explained it to them, he was afraid that 1,000 words from them wouldn't carry as much weight as a single sentence from the Dakini. After all, they were fugitives who had colluded with the demonic dimension, and the Dakini was the empress of the God Realm Empire. There is no need for a long-term plan. I have a plan that can make the Dakini fall into eternal damnation. Su Yu said calmly, however, I still have to wait for someone, some information, and confirm something before I can carry it out. Knowing that Suyu had come up with a plan so quickly, the people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. 8 years had passed, and he had become more and more cunning, resourceful. So, why are we sailing to the God Realm Empire now? The sword deity asked. Suyu looked at him and said, To fulfill one of your wishes, of course. Hearing that, the sword deity's face showed a complicated expression, which was immediately replaced by coldness. He said, Please give me the opportunity to kill him. Suyu nodded and then shook his head, giving a strange expression. Chapter 1487. A few days later, in the depths of the dark, silent galaxy, starlight shone down, illuminating the endless cosmos. It was like the radiant St. Hall. Yongye Chushue's and Luo Shui's eyes glittered with dreamy brilliance. Yongye Chushue murmured, Is this the origin of my lost divine realm, the Star River Divine Realm? Her beauty is out of this world and boundlessly beautiful. Luo Shui could not help but sigh. Although the Star River God territory is less than 1/10 of the Lost Nation, the beauty of the Star River is not something the Lost Nation possesses. The Lost Nation was a world that was submerged underwater and could not see the light of day, but the Star River God Realm was completely different. Compared to them, the others were not interested at all. Their gazes were firmly locked onto the land of light, and their expressions were complicated. According to the news we have received, the Eastern Road Fleet that my evil creature serves is located in the cavern world of the all-access merchant god. There are not many strong people around him. Please let me go and end the life of this evil creature. Accompanying the West Road Fleet, the secular sword god and the others successfully returned to the territory of the God Realm Empire. Secular sword god could no longer suppress his killing intent and asked for permission. Suyu said, Sure, Shun deity, all-access merchant god. You two go together, just in case. The three of them accepted the order and immediately disguised themselves as ordinary fleet crew members and went ashore. As for the West Road Fleet, because they had a complete team, especially Imu, who listened to Suyu's orders completely, their return did not raise any suspicions. In the cabin, Yongye Wuheng frowned slightly. Brother Su, don't you hate traitors the most? Why is it so calm now? He could still vividly remember the murderous intent he felt when he first heard that a god had betrayed the divine domain empire. Yongye Wuheng was puzzled by his attitude at this moment. Suyu said indifferently, Traitors are not necessarily all hateful. The 5 of them were stunned and did not understand what he meant. The secular sword god, the Shun deity, and the all-access merchant god disguised themselves and went deep into the hinterland of the former all-access cavern world. The former all-access aristocratic family had been razed to the ground, and a splendid port had been rebuilt on top of the ruins. 10 huge battleships of the Eastern Fleet were stationed there. The port was heavily guarded, and no outsiders were allowed to approach this important military area. But for a top-notch deity like the secular sword god, ordinary defenses were useless. They had successfully infiltrated the central organization of the port, the East Fleet Command Center. Unexpectedly, the defense inside the command center was even tighter. As soon as they sneaked in, they alerted the 4 hidden experts at the peak of the 5th heaven. They were dressed in navy blue treasured clothes, which made them invisible. Not to mention the secular sword god. Even the real experts in the 4th heaven might not be able to find them. Who is it? The 4 sentinel gods were immediately alerted. The huge commotion quickly spread in all directions and alerted the patrolling sentries in the command center. They all rushed to the enemy's location. For a time, the command center was in chaos. The secular sword god and the others sensed that something was wrong and immediately fled. The 4 hidden sentries waited for the open sentries to lock onto their auras and work together to chase them out of the headquarters. In the command center, the vice captain of the fleet, Barui, was drinking and having fun with a group of women in purple. The zither and the flute were decadent, and the spring scenery was warm. It was filled with the aura of decadence and extravagance. "Come on, it's Rome-er's turn." Burui drunkenly picked up the chin of a charming girl and made her drink as punishment. At this moment, a loud warning sounded outside. Burui frowned, threw the glass on the table, and shouted, "Adjutant, what happened?" The adjutant, who was waiting outside, did not move at the moment. "Adjutant, come here." Burui flicked his sleeves and roared. However, it was still quiet outside, and even the disturbance gradually disappeared, leaving only a dead silence. Burui's heart shuddered, and a warning sign rose. It was also at this moment that he heard a voice that almost scared him out of his wits. "Bastard, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are not so good, but your temper has grown." Clang! The door outside the house was suddenly kicked open, and 3 figures stood majestically in the sun. The leader, carrying a long scion sword, was like a sharp sword, exuding amazing sword chi. "Father! Father!" Burui's lips trembled, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He stood up as if he had seen a ghost. So much so that the charming girl in his arms was overturned to the ground. His pupils were wide open, and his face was full of fear. His throat kept swallowing saliva, and he said, Why are you here?" Secular sword god's eyes were full of absolute indifference. "Why? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Bastard!" Burui hurriedly stepped back and said in a trembling voice, "Father, you surrender. I will plead with the female empress to keep you alive, as long as you are willing to surrender." "Ha ha ha!" Secular sword god looked up and laughed. It was a laughter of extreme anger, but also a laughter of complete despair. His eyes were angry, like an angry beast, and he stared at him with a murderous look. "I, Butiani, have been wise all my life. Why did I give birth to a bastard like you?" Clang! He pulled out his long sword, and the cold blade pointed directly at Burui. Burui staggered and fell to the ground. He knocked over the table carelessly, and all the food on the table was scattered on him. He was extremely embarrassed. "No, father, I was wrong. Rui was wrong. Please don't kill me." Burui knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Secular sword god silently closed his eyes, and a drop of old tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. But as he opened his eyes again, the tear was evaporated by the powerful divine power, leaving only a pair of dry and cold eyes. "Rui, remember I once taught you that as the successor of the sword principle, life is like a sword and death is also like a sword, which can be broken, but not bent. You have forgotten all about it." Staring at Burui, who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, secular sword god shook his head in disappointment and coldly said, "You have made too big a mistake. As a father, I will kill you to wash away your sins. In your next life, be a good man." A flash of dazzling sword light came out, illuminating the whole room. Burui was bound to die. However, at this moment, for terrible breaths suddenly came. The strength of their breaths was comparable to that of the Dakini. They were all top masters in the level 4 heaven. "Oh, secular sword god, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Some mocking words fell, accompanied by a powerful sealing technique, which sealed the sword of secular sword god. The sword light solidified, only a foot away from killing Burui. Secular sword god's face changed slightly, and he immediately swept his sword horizontally, drawing out a shocking sword energy. At the same time, he withdrew and shouted, "Retreat, it's an ambush!" The shunt deity and the all-access merchant god's faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly retreated from the room. However, 3 powerful auras came from behind him like raging winds and fierce waves. The 3 of them dealt with 1 person each, and, as expected, they were all injured and sent flying. As they flew backwards, the 3 of them broke out of the encirclement in different directions. However, there was another person in the sky. He caught the sword chi of secular sword god effortlessly and threw out a powerful talisman with a flip of his palm. The talisman burst into golden light and enveloped them. The three of them hit the light shield and were all bounced back. Even with the strength of their divine powers, they couldn't do anything to this light shield. This was an ambush for secular sword god. They knew that secular sword god would come back to kill them, so they set up an ambush nearby. Swish, for figures descended. For Suyu, they were strange faces, but for secular sword god and the others, they couldn't be more familiar. They were 4 of the top 10 experts secretly cultivated by Dakini, especially the one in the sky, named Lianjia, ranked first among the top 10 experts. He was obviously the leader of this operation. Lianjia was handsome and reserved. He laughed and said, "I've been waiting for you for several years, and you're finally back. Rui, you performed well just now." Burui, who was embarrassed, regained his composure and calmness. He patted the food and wine on his body, cupped his fists, and said, "It's my duty to serve the female empress." He didn't look like he was indulging in wine and women at all. Everything was a trap that had been waiting for secular sword god for several years. Secular sword god scolded angrily, "Unfilial son!" Lian Jia said calmly, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Rui's performance is so excellent that I think he will be appreciated by the female empress. Entering the ruins to cultivate him is just around the corner. As for you," Lian Jia's eyes turned cold. "Do you think you can fool us with some camouflage? To tell you the truth, in order to wait for secular sword god, we patiently lurked for 3 years. I thought you would come back to kill the unfilial son. I didn't expect that you would kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The Shang deity and the all-access merchant god also fell into the trap." The hearts of the 3 men sank. Yes, if they were smart enough, they should have guessed that one day they would come to find Burui for revenge. Lian Jia said, "Rui, I'll give you another chance to make a contribution. The opportunity to kill the 3 traitors is right in front of you." He wanted Burui to kill his father. Burui was expressionless, staring at the secular sword god indifferently. He pulled out his sword backhandedly and said lightly, "Father, I will remember your teachings. The sword master will die with the sword, and I will send you on your way with the swordsmanship you taught." Secular sword god sneered, "Unfilial son, you have tarnished my swordsmanship." Burui closed his eyes and mercilessly slashed his sword the heads of the 3 men. The 3 men wanted to resist, but they were suppressed by the boundless momentum of the 4 strong men. They seemed to be shackled and couldn't move. Seeing that they were about to be killed on the spot, suddenly a more powerful momentum shattered the light shroud. The 4 masters staggered, and the momentum they released in the face of such a huge momentum was like a wave in a stream compared to a huge wave in the sea, annihilated in an instant. The 4 men, including Lian Jia, fell to the ground with horror in their eyes. "Who is it?" Swish! A silver-haired figure, leading 4 men and women with great cultivation, slowly descended. With every step they took, the 4 men and women seemed to have an additional 10,000 feet of weight on their bodies. What shocked them even more was that when they looked directly at the silver-haired youth, they couldn't help but have the impulse to worship him. This feeling was something they had only felt when they were in the fairy realm, facing the gods. On the contrary, secular sword god and the others were overjoyed. "Suyu." "What? You are Suyu?" Lian Jia and the others were shocked. This person was a miraculous, legendary figure in the Great Eastern Alliance, in the world of divine remains in the demon dimension, and in the Great Western Alliance. There was even a legend that he fell into the heavenly lake and was doomed eternally. Why did he suddenly appear here? Thinking that he had never been on good terms with Dakini, and looking at the happy expressions of secular sword god and the others, their hearts sank to the bottom. secular sword god and the others got rid of the momentum and stepped forward, saying, "Thank you for your help. Without you, shut up." However, to their surprise, Su Yu said coldly, "If I hadn't deceived you, would you have returned to the God Realm Empire?" The three of them were petrified on the spot. Wait, what did he mean? Chapter 1488. Even Yongye Chushiwe and the others were stunned by his murderous words, not knowing what to do. Only the tree goddess executed Su Yu's order without hesitation. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The secular sword deity and the others were bewildered. Did Su Yu trick them into coming back in order to capture them alive? While he was thinking, the tree goddess had already made her move. Due to Su Yu's genuine killing intent, they did not dare to resist and were all captured alive. Lian Jie, who was already prepared for a fierce battle, was stunned by the sudden change. He said, Brother Su, did you trick them into coming here?" Su Yu calmly glanced at him and said, "Brother? You're not worthy. Please call me Alliance Master Su." His real identity was the leader of the Great Western Alliance. Lian Jie corrected himself. "Alliance Master Su, may I ask what you mean?" Su Yu said, "I knew you were setting up a trap to lure the secular sword deity, and I had some friendship with them before and gained their trust. So I took advantage of the situation and tricked them out of the world of divine remains. I came to the God Realm Empire and captured them alive." Hearing this, Lian Jie and the others looked at each other. It was rumored that Su Yu had a close relationship with these three, especially the Sheng deity and the all-access merchant god. How could, regardless of the process, the result was exactly what they wanted? Lian Jie cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for your help, Alliance Leader Su. We will definitely report this to the Dakini. We will take these three with us." Unexpectedly, Su Yu flicked his sleeves and pushed the three of them away. Lian Jie was stunned. "Alliance Master Su, what do you mean?" Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I was the one who brought her back. So how could I let you deal with her? Don't forget, I am the leader of the Great Western Alliance. My status is equal to that of the Dakini." Before the two alliances merged, the Dakini was the leader of the Eastern Alliance, while Su Yu was the Western Alliance master. She's now the Empress because I wasn't around back then. Now that I'm back, I'm the Empress of the Holy Region Empire. Understand? Hearing this, Lian Jie and the others were shocked. This was a plot to seize half of the God Realm Empire's authority? But in terms of logic, it was completely reasonable. They had the intention to cover up the matter and suppress it. However, after the commotion in the command center, countless onlookers had already gathered around. Moreover, Su Yu's domineering entrance had aroused countless people's curiosity. They had witnessed with their own eyes the return of the leader of the Great Western Alliance, the other half of the legitimate heir of the God Realm Empire. It would be too late to kill them all. Well, that's fine. We'll leave the three traitors to League Lord Su for now. We'll take our leave now. They quickly left to report what had happened to Mother Voidwalker. The leader of the Great Western Alliance returned in a high-profile manner, and as soon as he arrived, he caught 3 traitors of the Divine Realm Empire who had committed heinous crimes. For many years, the Dakini had been powerless. However, the arrival of Su Yu had solved the God Realm Empire's greatest threat. As expected of Su Yu, only he can turn the tide and create a miracle. My God, he was back. I have long heard that the Great Western Alliance was integrated into the Great Eastern Alliance after Su Yu took control. I didn't believe it at first, but now I know that he is really the Alliance Master of the Great Western Alliance. He's really the same as always. He's always stirring up trouble. Su Yu had returned as the Alliance Master of the Western Alliance, as well as the person who wielded half of the power in the Divine Realm Empire. In particular, he had caught the 3 main traitors of the Divine Realm Empire in the past and brought back countless other traitors. The news spread like an earthquake throughout the 200 cavern worlds of the Divine Realm Empire. The entire empire trembled violently and was instantly stirred up. "Who is Suyu? Everyone on the streets is talking about him. Have they all gone mad?" An 18-year-old boy asked the uncle as he walked on the street. The uncle heard him and said, "That's because you were too young to know Suyu's name. Back then, he was the legendary figure who dominated the Great Eastern Alliance, destroyed the world of divine remains, turned the demonic dimension upside down, and unified the Great Western Alliance. After disappearing for 8 years, I didn't expect him to return." The boy curled his lips. Why didn't the history books mention it? Also, the Great Western Alliance was unified by Our Lady Empress. What does it have to do with him? The uncle's face fell and he snorted. "History is written by the victors. Now, humph, the real victors have returned. I think history will be completely rewritten." Crack! However, just as the uncle finished speaking, a cold light flew past, and his head flew up into the sky. Blood sprayed onto the boy's face, and he froze on the spot. In the sky, 2 figures flew past. They were dressed in yellow, with a cold long knife at their waist. Their faces were cold, and they killed countless people along the way. Anyone who slandered the Dakini would end up like that uncle. The group of passers-by was silent. The Imperial Guard of the Empress? Everyone was chilled. They were a powerful organization set up by the Empress in recent years, which radiated to the 200 cavern worlds. The Imperial Guard in yellow in the organization specialized in intelligence, arrest, interrogation, and assassination. Any news that was unfavorable to the Empress was dealt with by this team. The way they dealt with it was extremely bloody and cruel. Over the years, they had killed countless people. Those voices that opposed the Empress were nipped in the bud by the Imperial Guards. They were the nightmare of the residents of the Divine Realm Empire. They were everywhere like bloody demons. However, the Imperial Guard could kill all those who dared to speak ill of the Empress, but not the hearts of the people. Everyone knew that Suyu was back. He wanted to rule the world with the Empress. The gods of the Great Western Alliance secretly contacted each other and met with each other. "Our Alliance Master, Su, is back." "Great, Shiman deity, glittering deity, you should be pleased to know this. Yes, the Alliance Master is finally back. We finally have our own leader." Although most of the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance had surrendered to the Dakini, there were still some who insisted on their original intentions and continued to meet. "Suyu has returned and is fighting with the Empress for the world. Everyone, our dawn has come." Yes, the refinery deity died, tragically, and the Shung deity, the all-access merchant god, and the secular sword deity were wronged. It's time for us to bounce back. However, we still need to observe. Suyu is the Alliance Master of the Great Western Alliance. Will he still care about the Great Eastern Alliance? He personally captured the 3 Shing deities and used them to take credit for the world. Will we be used as well? The Divine Realm Imperial Capital, the cavern world of the former Dakini. This place had become the most prosperous cavern world of the Empire. A boundless castle floated in the void, dazzling in gold and jade, like a pearl that reigned above the Empire. In the center of the castle was the magnificent palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, a gentle and quiet woman with a gentle temperament was quietly cultivating. Suddenly, she received a message. Looking at the content, the woman suddenly opened her eyes bursting with hatred. However, it was quickly restrained and restored to calmness, as if the trace of hatred just now did not belong to her gentle temperament. "You really came back," the woman said. "Moreover, you came back in such a high-profile manner, threatening to rule the world with me. What a drastic move! If Suyu had simply returned, how could it have caused such a reaction? However, as soon as he returned, he caught the traitor that the Empire had not been able to catch for several years, causing a sensation in the world. With the support of the will of all living beings, he could use the power of the world to demand imperial power." Her eyes flashed, and she said slowly, "Pass down the order. Let Suyu come to see me." An audience was a respectful greeting from a subordinate to a superior. If Su Yu really went to the appointment, he would have to admit that he was inferior. Yes, the personal guard said. The woman was undoubtedly the Dakini. She said lightly, "I will not let you destroy the good situation." The East Fleet Command Center had been taken over by the West Fleet. Even the entire cavern world was under Su Yu's control. In the command center, the three Xing deities who had calmed down understood Su Yu's intention. If Su Yu really wanted to kill them, with his terrifying strength, he could have captured them in the world of divine remains. Why did he need to use the layout of this place? Sure enough, when the surrounding people were dismissed, Su Yu gave the tree god a look, and she immediately released the seal. There is a reason. If I tell you in advance, I am worried that you will be discovered in advance, and it will not be easy to complete my high-profile debut plan, Su Yu said. The Shang deity and the all-access merchant god just smiled bitterly without any complaints. The secular sword god stared at Burui, who was also restricted here from beginning to end, and said coldly, "Alliance Master Su, may I ask if I can kill his mother?" No. Su Yu's answer was simple and powerful. The secular sword god asked, "Why?" "Because there is a reason for his betrayal," Su Yu said. The secular sword god sneered, releasing his sword energy, and said, "Betrayal needs a reason? It's ridiculous." Su Yu looked solemn and shook his head. "His reason is not ridiculous at all." "Oh, why don't you tell me what a noble reason it is for him to betray us and kill the god of instrument forging?" Su Yu said, "Is it noble to save your lives?" The secular sword god did not believe it and said, "You said he killed the god of instrument forging to save us? Isn't this a little too absurd?" Su Yu sighed deeply. "It is not ridiculous, because it was the god of instrument forging who killed Burui." "What? How is that possible?" The secular sword god was surprised. "Alliance Master Su, what do you mean by this?" The all-access merchant god was also surprised. Su Yu looked at the three of them and said, "The enemy is strong. Even if you scattered and fled, you may not be able to escape the pursuit. It was the god of instrument forging who sacrificed himself and exposed himself to distract some of the pursuers, so that you could escape. The enemy is not a fool. The god of instrument forging exposed himself, and the enemy did not know it was a trap. Only when an outsider exposed himself could the enemy believe it, and that outsider was obviously the treacherous son you mentioned, Burui." The secular sword god was stunned and said, "This is impossible." Su Yu stared at him and said, "It is entirely possible. The three of you are far more important than the god of instrument forging. If Burui really wanted wealth, why didn't he reveal your whereabouts, but only the god of instrument forging?" The three of them were lost in thought. They had discussed this issue in the past, and the conclusion was that Burui still had a trace of conscience and did not harm their father. But at this moment it seemed that there was another story. The secular sword god stared at Burui, still unconvinced, and said, "Then how do you explain that he cooperated with those people to kill his father?" Su Yu said, "You have to ask your son if there is another story." The secular sword god's eyes were fierce, and he said angrily, "Evil creature, for the sake of Alliance Master Su, I will give you a chance to explain. Tell me, what is all this for?" Burui's calm face gradually condensed into surprise after Su Yu told the truth. After staring at Su Yu for a long time, he bowed to Su Yu, and his eyes were full of gratitude. "The one who knows me best is not my biological father, but my former rival in love." Chapter 1489. Burui smiled bitterly. "That day, you were suddenly attacked and fled separately. The refiner god, who should have escaped, quietly came to the sword god's family and found me. He asked me to reveal his whereabouts." "Really?" The Shang deity was in disbelief. If the god of weapon refinement only wanted to distract the pursuers, he could have just shown himself. Why would he need to find you and let you expose his location? Burui chuckled. His smile was full of bitterness and helplessness. Distracting the pursuers is only one of the purposes. The other purpose is to hope that his death can make me a meritorious service, so that I can get a certain status in the Divine Realm Empire, and in the future I can redress the grievances of him and you. Upon hearing those words, everyone was astonished. The god of refinement sacrificed himself to distract the pursuers and also to make a contribution. Such magnanimity was enough to move them and make them feel ashamed. At that time, they only cared about running for their lives. How could they have thought so much? Everything went as the refiner god expected. I made a great contribution and was promoted to the deputy captain of the East Fleet. Burui was forced to be a spy and a traitor. How many curses did he bear? One could imagine the torment in his heart. The secular sword god's face trembled, and he said, "Then you cooperated with them to lure us into the trap." So Burui's face was full of regret. He said deeply, "The refinement god can't die in vain. I can't expose myself. So I have to cooperate with them and kill my father with my own hands." His words were cold and heartless, but the sorrow and pain in his words could be felt with his heart. The secular sword god was not angry. Instead, he put down the sword in his hand and looked up with a smile of relief and heartache. "I'm sorry, Rui. You have grown up." He walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Everything you did was right. For the sake of the god of weapon refinement, who was sacrificed, for the sake of those who died in vain, even if you really killed your father, your husband in the underworld will definitely be gratified." Burui shed tears again, tears full of sadness. The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were speechless. They did not expect that the death of the refining god had such an inside story. Burui endured humiliation and stayed in the enemy's camp, only to redress the grievances. He had a good son. Looking at the reunion of the secular sword god and his son, both of them looked a little desolate. Burui was still alive, but what about Shen Yuanxin and Yang Tai? They were most likely dead. As if noticing their expressions, Burui said, "Seniors, I've been drinking and having fun these years, but I've been secretly investigating the Dakini's crimes. I've also inquired about Yuan Xian and Yang Tai. A few months ago, I got some information about them. The Shung deity and the all-access merchant god were both shocked. Are they dead or alive?" Burui smiled and said, "Of course he is still alive. For many years, they have been hiding in the Divine Realm Empire. Only recently did they reveal themselves and were chased by the Imperial Guards. Then they once again went into hiding." Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. To them, this was a pleasant surprise. "It's a pity that I secretly inquired about them, but there was no news of them," Burui said regretfully. The Shung deity seemed to become 10 years younger again, her face brimming with joy. At this moment, no news is good news. They must be hiding in a secret place. The all-access merchant god said, "That's enough. What you have done for Yang Tai and Shung Yuanxin, I will remember it." Burui cupped his fist and said, "I'm ashamed. In the end, I didn't help them much. However, in the past few years, I have collected a lot of information about the Dakini, especially the origins of the top 10 masters around her." Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. It was the emergence of the top 10 masters that broke the balance of the Divine Realm Empire. Their origins were the most worthy of concern. Burui said, "As early as many years ago, the Dakini discovered that the Great Eastern Alliance relied on an ancient, desolate ruin, which was full of powerful divinity, so it could stabilize in the galaxy. This was not a secret in the Great Eastern Alliance. But 100 years ago, the Dakini accidentally discovered that there was a hidden space in this ancient ruin. It contained a complete ruin, which was full of rich resources. In just 100 years, she cultivated a total of 10 4th-level masters, a large number of 5th-level gods, and hundreds of 6th-level gods. She formed a powerful force." Burui said, I have been secretly inquiring for many years and finally found out where the space entrance is. Oh, even Su Yu's eyes lit up. This was major news. The entrance to the ruin is under the palace where the Dakini is currently guarding. Burui said there are endless resources inside. If we can seize it, we can cultivate our own strength and compete with the Dakini. This is our only way out. The Shung deity and the merchant god frowned. It would be very difficult to break into the palace where the Dakini was. They couldn't help but look at Su Yu and cast a questioning look at him. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "It is not difficult to break into the ruin, but in this way we will officially fall out with the Dakini. Before we expose the Dakini, we should not confront her directly." The Shung deity asked curiously, "Then what do we do next?" Announcing his return with great fanfare was the first step. What was the next step? Of course, it is to issue an edict to the world and establish my throne. She will be the female empress, and I will be the emperor, and we will share the world, Su Yu said. Only with the title could he subdue the will of the people in the world. At this moment, someone came outside the house. He was dressed in a yellow robe and was full of murderous intent. With an imperial edict in his hand, he forced his way in. From a distance, he shouted coldly, "The female empress's imperial edict has arrived. Su Yu, kneel down and listen to the edict." The majestic voice shook the surroundings and could be heard throughout the port. All the people were immersed in the high pressure of the Dakini all year round. Hearing this, they were all frightened and instinctively looked in the direction of the headquarters. The Shun deity and the others, who were in the middle of a discussion, changed their expressions slightly. Why did the Dakini react so quickly? Yongye Chushiwe raised her eyebrows. However, the tone of the imperial edict seems to be harboring some ulterior motives. Imperial edicts were only issued by the emperor to his subjects, especially when it came to kneeling down and listening to the edict. In other words, the Dakini did not recognize Su Yu's position. If Su Yu did not respond and accepted the imperial edict, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was inferior to the Dakini. She could sense the meaning of the edict. So could Su Yu. Before the imperial guard flew over, Su Yu took out a snow-white feather and waved it casually. A strong gust of wind was set off, which rolled up the approaching imperial guard and threw him away. The imperial guard was shocked and angry. "How dare you attack the messenger of the imperial edict? Kneel down and listen to the edict." Hearing the fierce words, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. He waved the white feather again, and an amazing power of ice appeared in the gust of wind. In just a moment, the imperial guard was frozen into an ice sculpture, and the celestial energy sphere in his abdomen was destroyed by the ice. His cultivation was destroyed in an instant. "You have been rude to me, so you will be punished with a small punishment." Su Yu waved his hand indifferently. "Get out of here. Leave the imperial edict." With a grasp, the imperial edict fell into Su Yu's palm. After reading it, he couldn't help but sneer. The Dakini did respond, and asked me to go to the palace to see her. Unfortunately, things are different now. I am no longer the young man in the cavern who was at your mercy. He clenched his fist, and the imperial edict was crushed into pieces. Then, Su Yu said calmly, "All the deities of the Great Western Alliance must come here in 3 days. Let's give the Dakini a surprise." Chapter 1490. The tree goddess said, "It is not appropriate for them to show up. Leave this matter to me." Su Yu nodded. "Emperor Yu, where should I go?" Burui said, "If you need me to continue to work undercover, I will do my best." Su Yu shook his head. "You have done enough. There is no need to take any more risks. Stay and enjoy the happiness of a family with your father." Burui was grateful, and the past hatred was forgotten. Seeing that the father and son were reunited, Su Yu said, "Go and rest. There may be some things for you to do in 3 days." The Shung deity and the others were all confident. Su Yu's return seemed to have brought them hope. Everyone retreated, except for one person who remained silent and stayed at the back. Wan Qing, I'll leave it to you. Su Yu looked at her, his eyes full of expectation and excitement. They were back, standing on the land of the Great Eastern Alliance, and standing at the closest distance to Xia Jingyu. Wan Qing nodded gently and took out the Starry Sky book. Her eyes burst with purple brilliance, bright and dazzling, illuminating the invisible fate hidden in the invisible. After a while, the purple light in Wan Qing's eyes became more and more brilliant, and her indifferent face gradually became confused. A sense of foreboding emerged in Su Yu's heart. It was not until her forehead was sweating and her face gradually turned pale that the purple light in her eyes faded. A pair of snow-white eyes were full of surprise and confusion. Did something happen? Su Yu asked. Wan Qing shook her head. It's not a change, but there is an invisible, powerful force interfering with the Great Eastern Alliance. I tried to probe several times, but I was interrupted by this force. A powerful interference that covered the entire Divine Realm Empire? Su Yu was extremely disappointed. He felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Where does this power come from? At worst, he would destroy it. No matter what, anything that hindered him from finding Jingyu would be swept away. Wan Qing said, "The center of this power is the palace of the Divine Realm Empire. I think it should be the so-called ruins, right? To be able to produce so many fourth heaven powerhouses and release such majestic power, it was completely reasonable. There." Su Yu pondered for a long time. It seems that it is necessary to go to the ruins. Within 3 days, the gods who once belonged to the Great Western Alliance received a notice from the Tree Goddess. In the past, the Tree Goddess had been Alliance Master Su's confidant. They all knew each other, so they naturally believed that this was Su Yu's summon. They had been suppressed by Mother Dakini for many years. Now that Alliance leader Su had returned, there was no reason for them not to accept the summons. In an instant, the 100 gods of the God Domain Empire left the cave abode. The unusual movements of the gods caused frequent changes in the heaven and earth. Even the spiritual chi within the Divine Realms Empire started to move. Of course, these changes could not be hidden from the Imperial Guards, who were scattered all over the world. Nor could they be hidden from Mother Dakini, nor could they be hidden from all living beings. Have you heard? Mountain God Li has left the cavern world, and his whereabouts are unknown. Not only Mountain God Li, I heard that the 3 gods who are on good terms with him have all left. How come I heard that the Rain God, the Thunder God, and the other gods also left? No way, apart from the summons of the female empress. How could so many deities leave the cavern world so easily? Ha ha ha, a bunch of ignorant people. It's Su Yu. Alliance Master Su is summoning them. Those deities who have left are all former members of the Great Western Alliance. Now that Alliance Master Su has returned, how dare they not obey the edict? But without the consent of Mother Dakini, so many deities obey the edict, isn't it? Isn't it what? Isn't it about Alliance Master Su fighting for the imperial power? Since he returned in such a high-profile manner, this matter would happen sooner or later. Isn't it strange? It's just that the speed of his movements is beyond imagination. In the past, in the cavern world of the all-access merchant god, at the port, at the command center of the Eastern Fleet, Su Yu sat alone in the main seat, and on both sides there are hundreds of deities. All of them were former deities of the Great Western Alliance. The scene in front of him was just like a king and his subjects. 7 years have passed and you are still alive. Su Yu looked around at everyone's faces. Most of them were very unfamiliar, and he had only met them once. Looking at them, Su Yu said slowly. Hearing this, they who had been suppressed for many years couldn't help but feel sad. We are indeed alive, but Shimin deity and Linling deity didn't wait for your return. These words expressed their grievances and resentment for many years. A deity said angrily, Alliance Master Su, you must seek justice for them. They died unjustly. Yes, Alliance Master Su. They came to the Great Eastern Alliance under your instruction, and that's why they were killed. You can't just sit back and do nothing. Bang! Next to Su Yu, the tree goddess stood up and said angrily, "Bastard, do you mean you are blaming Su Yu for their deaths?" She was Su Yu's trusted follower. As soon as she spoke, the person who had spoken was immediately stunned and didn't dare to say more. Su Yu waved his hand to calm the tree goddess down. Then he looked around and said, "Shimin deity and Linlang deity, although I didn't kill them, they were killed because of me. I understand without you reminding me. If he hadn't suppressed the Great Western Alliance and allied with the Great Eastern Alliance, would they have been killed by Mother Dakini? He was responsible for this. But they won't die unjustly. Now that I have returned, I will seek justice for them. Whoever killed them will pay the price in blood." Su Yu said, "Let me ask you, how did those demons appear all these years? Do you have any idea?" Everyone looked at each other helplessly and bitterly. "Alliance Master, although we have investigated for many years, we have no clue. Yes, the appearance of those demons was so sudden that it was incredible. We don't know how they sneaked into the secret room. At that time, under the witness of more than 200 deities of the two alliances, how did the demons get in? It doesn't make sense. 200 deities were proficient in all kinds of divine paths in the world. Those demons might be able to hide from the eyes and ears of one deity, but how could they hide from 200 deities? This matter has always been a thorn in the throat of the deities of the Great Western Alliance, and it has always been an unsolved case that we can't understand." Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly. "Tell me the details." Everyone then told Su Yu everything that had happened that day, not leaving out a single detail. After listening, Su Yu was a little surprised. At first, he only thought that Dakini hid the demons in the negotiation place, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. The negotiation place was personally inspected by both sides, and there was no possibility of hiding the demons. Moreover, both sides were forbidden to bring space caves into the negotiation place, so it was impossible for the demons to have brought them in. However, how did they appear in the meeting place out of thin air? That was simply unimaginable. Those demons were killed by Dakini one by one, and no one was left alive, they said angrily. Our Thunder God managed to capture one of them, but Mother Void Walker didn't care. She helped Thunder God kill the demon. If it weren't for Thunder God's speed, he would have been killed as well. Even a fool would understand that Dakini was killing the demons to keep them quiet. Therefore, the deities of the Great Western Alliance felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. After listening to them, Su Yu said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about this matter anymore, and I will give the two deities an explanation." He stared at the deities again and said, "Do you know why I summoned you here today?" The deities were excited and said, "That's why we are here. Dakini stole half of the imperial power of the Great Western Alliance. Now that Alliance Master Su has returned, it's time to return it." The deities looked at each other and nodded. Then they bowed to Su Yu and said in unison, "Welcome back, Emperor Yu." Hundreds of deities shouted at the same time, and their voices shook the world. With the port as the center, the words, "Welcome back, Emperor Yu," spread to all the cavern worlds in all directions, awakening the people in the world. Some creatures in the cavern worlds had inexplicable solemnity on their faces. Finally, it's coming. 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain, and 2 emperors cannot coexist. They will fight eventually. Emperor Yu will be enthroned, and the world will be in chaos. Some creatures with foresight seem to have seen an unprecedented disaster, which was about to fall on the land of the God Realm Empire, and they were panicking. However, they didn't expect that the war would come earlier than they expected. Suddenly, an inexplicably powerful divine power appeared over the port and shrouded everything in the air. The deities of the Great Western Alliance who were shouting slogans all felt their hearts beating rapidly, and they subconsciously had the urge to worship. At the same time, a gentle voice like that of Mother Earth slowly floated down. Who dares to claim the title of emperor without my permission? Crash! The restrictive spell over the command center shattered with a rumble, and the Dakini descended slowly, surrounded by a group of level 4 deities, like the Mother Earth, surrounded by a group of level 4 deities. She was magnificent, and her divine power was matchless, just like a female emperor. The deities of the Great Western Alliance, who had been immersed in Her Majesty for a long time, changed their expressions again and again. They didn't even dare to breathe, let alone look directly at her. At this time, another magnificent divine power swept over, covering their heads, blocking the pressure from the Dakini. The deities looked over with gratitude. It was Suyu. He was still calm and composed, sitting steadily in the main seat, not affected by the momentum of the Dakini at all. Looking at him, he seemed to be an emperor on the same level as the Dakini. Unable to suppress Suyu with her momentum, the Dakini said calmly, "Suyu, why are you behaving badly when you see me?" Suyu ignored her, but stared at the many deities around him, and a terrible divine power suddenly erupted, crushing them forcibly. In addition to Suyu's own powerful divine power, the divine power was also enhanced by the 6,000 divine paths. Even the level 3 deities might not be able to withstand it, let alone the level 4 deities. Lianjie and the others were suddenly suppressed, and their faces changed dramatically, and they could not help but kneel on the ground. The entourage of the Dakini was kneeling to another person, and the meaning was self-evident. "How dare you behaving badly when you see me?" Suyu said calmly, and his divine power was even stronger. The Dakini waved her sleeves, dispelling part of the divine power, and tried to help them up. However, Suyu's divine power was so powerful that they could not stop kneeling. In such a comparison, it was obvious who was superior, as if Suyu was the greatest emperor. Suyu leaned against the main seat, his face calm and composed. "What brings the Dakini to see me, Dakini?" Chapter 1491. In terms of momentum, Dakini was no match for Suyu. At this moment, even if she wanted to say that she was the only empress, it was not convincing at all. However, Dakini's face did not change at all. She said calmly, "I heard that you summoned my subjects for no reason, so I came to ask." Before she could finish, Suyu interrupted her. "Let me correct you. They are my subjects. When I return, they will all return to me. They are no longer your subjects, understand?" Dakini looked at Suyu calmly. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking at this moment. "I understand. I can understand that you summoned your former subordinates. However, the God Realm Empire is the only organization that can resist the realm of demons. Aren't you afraid that the realm of demons will succeed in seizing power?" Dakini tried to pressure Suyu with righteousness. Suyu would not fall for it. He said calmly, "Then you can abdicate and transfer the power of the Great Eastern Alliance to me. With my many tricks and achievements in the past, I believe that I am more suitable to lead the God Realm Empire than you, Dakini, who has done nothing but enjoy the fruits of others' labor." He pointed out the crux of the matter, which made Dakini silent again. Yes, in terms of military achievements, Suyu had destroyed the world of divine remains, turned the realm of demons upside down, and unified the Great Western Alliance. On the other hand, what had Mother Dakini ever done? Apart from being the first deity of the Great Eastern Alliance, had she made any great contributions? No. Their eyes met in the air. One was confident, and the other was calm and silent. Dakini's original intention was to suppress Suyu with the power of a ruler and wipe out the power he had built up. However, she never expected that Suyu would not retreat. Instead, he burst out with a momentum that was stronger than hers and suppressed her. In a head-on collision, she could do nothing to Suyu. After a long silence, Dakini said, "If that's the case, congratulations on coming back alive from the Heavenly Lake. The God Realm Empire is formed by the two great alliances. You have half of the power. I will allow you to be the Empress." "Sorry, I don't need your permission." "Sue, you didn't give her the slightest chance to gain the upper hand," he said, As for you, withdraw all your imperial guards from the 100 cavern worlds that belong to me. You only have 3 days. If they still stay, don't blame me for committing treason and killing them without mercy." The imperial guards were a thorn in the hearts of the deities of the Great Western Alliance. If he did not get rid of them, he would not be able to follow Suyu with peace of mind. Dakini stared at Suyu for a long time, then said, "Fine. Since you're back, I'll naturally hand over their cavern world to you, and I won't ask about it any more." Many deities secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had thought that Alliance Master Su wouldn't be able to withstand the Dakini's fierce attack. Unexpectedly, the Dakini had forced the Dakini to acknowledge Su Yu's position as Emperor Yu. From now on, they were free from the clutches of the Dakini. The gods felt as if a huge mountain had been lifted off their shoulders, and their bodies were indescribably relaxed. But at that moment, Mother Dakini said, "Congratulations on your ascension to the throne. I'm here today to give you a congratulatory gift." She took out a well-wrapped wooden box from her space ring and passed it to Suyu. The tree goddess took it. As soon as she touched it, she frowned and said, "Death-chi? Could it be that there is a dead person inside?" Mother Dakini smiled. "Why don't you open it and see for yourself?" "Pa!" The tree goddess opened it, and her pupils shrank slightly. Then she presented it to Suyu with a sullen face. As soon as Suyu saw it, he was filled with killing intent. There was nothing in the wooden box except a head. It was the head of Wang Yunxian. The weapon-refining deity colluded with the demons and was killed. "This is his son, Wang Yunxian. I was kind and merciful, so I spared his life and asked him to refine a weapon to fight against the demons. However, he didn't repent. Yesterday, he even contacted the demons, secretly. Since he is so stubborn, I had to kill him. This head is a gift to Emperor Yu, which means we should work together to kill the demons. What do you think? Do you like it?" The entire area fell into a dead silence. What a vicious woman! She killed Wang Yunxian to provoke Suyu. Suyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then he took the head and said calmly, "Of course I like it." This was not a lie, but a sincere statement. Wang Yunxian had been enslaved, so it would take some effort to save him. Since Mother Dakini had sent the head to Suyu, Suyu could just resurrect Wang Yunxian, which saved him a lot of trouble. Staring at the killing intent in Suyu's eyes, Mother Dakini felt the thrill of revenge. However, she was not satisfied. She said slowly, "I heard that Emperor Yu has captured several other traitors who colluded with the demons. Why haven't you executed them yet? After all, they colluded with the demons and caused the death of countless soldiers of the God Realm Empire. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the world if you keep them alive?" She not only killed Wang Yunxian, but also forced Suyu to kill the Shun deity and the others. From this, one could see how vicious his heart was. Suyu said, "You are right, Mother Dakini. Bring them here." Soon, the Shun deity, the all-access merchant god, and the secular sword deity were brought here. Mother Dakini stared at them and said, "Why don't you put shackles on them?" Suyu smiled mysteriously. "It's because they have already atoned for their crimes with their merits, and they have used their actions to wash away their past crimes." Mother Dakini said calmly, "Emperor Yu, you must be joking. How many innocent soldiers have they killed? What kind of meritorious service can be used to atone for their crimes and clear their names?" What they had done had angered the people of the God Realm Empire. It was not something that could be explained by a great contribution. Suyu laughed and said, "Everyone, tell me, what kind of great contribution have you made?" The all-access merchant god took a step forward and said, "Emperor Yu, we have killed an important member of the demon realm. I believe this can prove our innocence. It is absolutely impossible for us to collude with the demon realm." Mother Void Walker glanced at the cultivation bases of the 3 Void Walkers and smiled. With their strength, what kind of demon could they kill? At most, a level 4 demon god? But could a mere level 4 demon god prove that it was impossible for them to collude with the demon realm? A cold smile flashed across her eyes. Today, no matter what, she had to force Suyu to kill her old friends of the Great Eastern Alliance. She wanted to show those gods of the Great Eastern Alliance that even if Suyu came back, he couldn't save them. Those who opposed her must die. Suyu said, "Tell Mother Dakini, who did you kill?" The all-access merchant god stared at Mother Dakini and said, "Mother Dakini, the person we killed is the first demon god of the demon realm, the demon god of 6 paths." There was a sudden silence. Who was the demon god of 6 paths? There was probably no one in the entire galaxy who did not know about it. The most terrible demon god in the legends. His strength was second only to the demon emperor, and he was an invincible existence in the Xing River. His status in the demon realm was unparalleled, and he could be called the representative of the demon realm. In the galaxy, his name alone was enough to suppress all the gods. Hearing that the all-access merchant god had killed the demon god of 6 paths, they were all stunned. They wondered if the demon god of 6 paths mentioned by the all-access merchant god was someone with the same name. Mother Dakini's pupils constricted inadvertently, but quickly returned to normal. There was a deep sarcasm in her eyes. They killed the demon god of 6 paths? It was the biggest joke in the world. Mother Dakini sipped her tea calmly and said with a faint smile, "Oh, then I have to congratulate you. The demon god of 6 paths is the first demon god of the demon realm. If you can kill him, it will be a great blessing for the god realm empire." Everyone could hear the sarcasm in her words. The all-access merchant god's hand trembled. No one knew whether he was nervous or excited. He took out a wooden box from his space ring, which was also wrapped very delicately. The all-access merchant god opened it gently and presented it to Mother Dakini. The moment the wooden box was opened, a horrible demonic energy swept out. The gods of the Great Western Alliance were all shocked, and they involuntarily operated their divine powers to protect themselves. Some timid gods even pulled up their legs and subconsciously tried to escape. If Suyu and Mother Dakini, the 2 emperors, were not present, they would have been scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a horrible demonic energy in their lives. This demonic energy is too pure. It is not inferior to the demon emperor in the records. Look at that head. It is the demonic god of 6 paths. It is him. I will never forget that portrait after seeing it once. Impossible. How could an invincible figure like the demonic god of 6 paths be killed? The hall was boiling, and they no longer cared about the presence of the 2 emperors. It wasn't until a cold, murderous intent swept over that they stopped abruptly and looked at the source of the murderous intent. The half-smile on Mother Dakini's face had disappeared, and it was replaced by stiffness, shock, disbelief, and extreme anger and murderous intent. It was as if the person lying in the box was her dearest relative. When Suyu saw this, a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth, but he still wore a smile on his face. "Dakini, how is it? Are you pleasantly surprised? My people killed the demonic god of 6 paths, the greatest threat to the god realm empire?" Mother Dakini stared at the head in the wooden box as if she was possessed. Hearing Suyu's words, she suddenly raised her head. The soft, motherly eyes had been replaced by an unprecedentedly fierce and twisted murderous intent. At first glance, she was the complete opposite of Mother Dakini. Suyu said leisurely, "What? My people killed the demonic god of 6 paths. Why is Mother Dakini not surprised? Instead, she regards us as her mortal enemy? Is it because my people killed the demonic god of 6 paths, which made Mother Dakini very unhappy?" As soon as these words came out, everyone came to their senses. Indeed, Mother Dakini's expression was too weird. The softness of her motherly aura had become so twisted and fierce, which made her look like a completely different person. Just that abnormal reaction alone was enough to raise suspicions. The death of the demonic god of six paths was a great fortune that had never happened before. However, Mother Dakini wasn't happy at all. Instead, she was filled with endless hatred. Even a blind man could figure out the meaning of her words. Mother Dakini also came back to herself. She calmed down immediately and said, "I'm sorry I forgot myself. The demonic god of six paths was the greatest threat to the God Realm Empire. He had killed countless deities. When I saw him, I showed my murderous intent subconsciously." His murderous intent was obviously directed at Suyu. Chapter 1492. Dakini's body trembled slightly. Then she said calmly, "Of course it's a surprise. It's worth celebrating." "So, are the all-access merchant god and the others cleared of suspicion?" Suyu asked. Even the demonic god of six paths had been killed. Anyone who believed they were from the demonic dimension would be a moron. Dakini's lips trembled as if she was trying hard to suppress her emotions. Then she said in a trembling voice, "Of course, they might have been wronged. I will investigate the case again." Then Dakini stood up and said, "I will go back to investigate the case immediately. I will never let the real murder get away with it. Goodbye." As soon as she took a step forward, Suyu said, "Dakini, it's rare for you to come here and give me such a precious gift. How can I let you go back empty-handed?" He took the wooden box and stuffed it into Dakini's arms. With a faint smile, he said, "Courtesy demands reciprocity. I hope you won't refuse this surprise." Dakini stared at Suyu. On the other side of her calm eyes, endless resentment and hatred were surging. However, her face was calm as she said, "Thank you very much." Dakini took the wooden box expressionlessly. Then, surrounded by many deities, she flew up into the sky and left. Suyu's eyes were sharp. He clearly saw that her hands, which were holding the wooden box, were trembling. It seems my guess was right. The demonic god of six paths had a mistress in the Great Eastern Alliance. I used to think it was the Rakshasa deity. Now it seems it is the Dakini. Suyu sneered. When the Rakshasa deity was captured by the demons for 10 years, it was the Dakini who rescued her. Later, the Rakshasa deity gave birth to a son, who was half human and half demon. Everyone thought it was the son of the Rakshasa deity and the demonic dimension. But no one suspected the Dakini. She was the real mother of the Central Prefecture's king, a deity of the human race who gave birth to a child with the demonic god of six paths. For many years, the Rakshasa deity had been helping her cover up, making people mistakenly think that the child was hers. Later, the child disappeared without a trace under the eyes of many mysterious people in the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that he thought about it, who else could hide the Central Prefecture's king in the Jojo Cavern world except the Dakini, the #1 deity? As for sending the demonic god of withered bones to rescue the Central Prefecture's king, only this woman of the demonic god of six paths could command the demonic god of withered bones. What was even more amazing was that the memories of the demonic god of withered bones' soul had been forcibly erased by someone. At that time, Suyu and Shang Yuanqin speculated that only the strong men of the deity-level path of soul could achieve this, and there was no deity of the deity-level path of soul in the Great Eastern Alliance. Now everything made sense. The Void Walker might not be a divinity, but among the experts she had secretly trained over the years, most of them were gods proficient in Soul Dao. What a benevolent Dakini. She showed her love to traitors such as the Book deity, the Rakshasa deity, and the Glaze deity, but to me, the all-access merchant god, and the Shang deity, she was extremely cruel. Suyu couldn't help but sneer. As he had said before, there were only two kinds of people like the Dakini, who showed mercy to their enemies. One was a saint who was benevolent towards everything in the world, including his enemies. The other was someone with ulterior motives. Now, it seemed that she was undoubtedly the second kind. After leaving the port in the depths of the endless sky, the Dakini held the wooden box with the skull of the demonic god of six paths in her hands. Her whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and the hatred hidden deep in her eyes turned into endless torrents. "Leave!" Lien Jie shouted. Then he also left to give the Dakini some space. At this time, the Dakini not only had hatred in her eyes, but her facial features were also twisted by anger, sadness, and killing intent. Her whole body was full of cold killing intent. Together with her twisted and hideous face, she looked like a demon. She didn't look like the Holy Mother Earth anymore, but a dark woman that no one had ever seen before. "Su, you." She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but tremble. She held the wooden box tightly in her arms, and tears of sadness and anger rolled down her cheeks. "Why? Why did you go against me? Why did you kill my son and then my husband?" She didn't think about why the Central Prefecture's king died. He tried to devour the creatures of Juzhou. Did Su Yu just wait for death? She didn't think about why the demonic god of Six Paths died. As a creature of the Star River, was it better for her to let the demonic god of Six Paths eat her? "I want you to die. Good. Die." The Dakini roared fiercely, full of hatred. In the command center, the Shang deity, the all-access merchant god, and the secular sword deity knelt on the ground together. "We will never forget Emperor Yu's great kindness. From now on, we swear to follow Emperor Yu." It turned out that Su Yu had expected that the Dakini wouldn't sit by and watch Su Yu ascend to the throne. Hence, Su Yu decided to beat them at their own game and took the opportunity to clear their names. Su Yu was surprised. When the three of them knelt on the ground, his celestial energy sphere seemed to grow a lot. He was relieved. Sure enough, this is the power of faith. They willingly surrendered to Su Yu, worshipped him, and had faith in him from the bottom of their souls. The power of faith turned into Su Yu's celestial energy sphere. It seems that my decision was right. To gain the faith of the people of the God Realm Empire, I must not arouse their disgust, Su Yu said to himself. At the same time, Su Yu waved his hand and helped them up. He said, "This is just the first step. The goal is to defeat the Dakini completely." Many of the deities of the Great Western Alliance saw the rise of Su Yu and were completely loyal to him. However, they weren't as sincere as the Shang deity and the others, so there was no power of faith. "Emperor Yu, should we prepare to fight the Dakini?" A deity of the Great Western Alliance was eager to try. Su Yu shook his head. "Now is not the time. I am waiting for some people, some important news." But Su Yu had a faint smile on his face. "We should indeed prepare. I think it is difficult for a person who has lost his mind to make a sober decision. Her counterattack is about to begin." The deities of the Great Western Alliance dispersed and returned to their respective cavern worlds to begin the relocation of the cavern worlds. They gathered around the port from all directions. 2 days later, the map of the vast God Realm Empire was full of potholes, and hundreds of cavern worlds were missing. However, in front of them, another map of a similar size appeared. It was divided by the center of the former Great Eastern Alliance. Half of it was ruled by the deities of the former Great Eastern Alliance, mainly by the Dakini. The other half was ruled by the deities of the Great Western Alliance, mainly by Su Yu. The Great Western Alliance built a palace in 2 days. Su Yu entered the palace and added the title of Emperor Yu. In the palace, Su Yu took out the head of Wang Yunxian and started to use the resurrection skill. With the head as the foundation, Wang Yunxuan's body gradually recovered. Finally, the 2 souls that had disappeared in the world also returned. "I will not surrender even if I die." As soon as Wang Yunxian was resurrected, he slapped his palm toward Su Yu. Su Yu caught the palm effortlessly and shouted softly, "Wake up quickly!" Wang Yunxian opened his eyes and quickly woke up. Looking at the strange scene, the strange environment, and the familiar people, he was stunned. When the familiar face became clear, Wang Yunxian rubbed his eyes. "Can a dead person still dream?" "It is not a dream. I saved you, Suyu said. Wang Yunxian was stunned. That evil woman didn't kill me? Well, I guess so. Anyway, I saved you. Suyu didn't want to explain too much. Wang Yunxian said in surprise, When did you come back? I heard from Shen Yuanxin that you fell into the heavenly lake. No one could come back alive from there. Suyu smiled slightly. Impossible. Who are you talking to? Wang Yunxian was stunned a bit and said with a wry smile, Well, there's nothing you can't do. Everyone said you are dead, but I don't believe it. Even the realm of demons didn't kill you. What about the heavenly lake? Looking at Wang Yunxian, who was as calm as before, Suyu said, I am relieved to see you like this. He was most afraid that the death of the artifact forging deity would make Wang Yunxian depressed. As the saying goes, the greatest sorrow is the death of the artifact forging deity. Wang Yunxian said with tears in his eyes, My father always taught me to train my heart to craft artifacts. Otherwise, I can't craft a satisfactory divine weapon. I didn't understand it, and I didn't want to understand it. Until he died, I suddenly understood why he taught me. How can a person forge a divine weapon that has been tempered thousands of times without a heart that has been tempered by experience? I think if he knew me in the netherworld, he would never want me to lose my heart. Hearing this, Suyu was stunned. Wang Yunxian, who was standing in front of him, seemed to have gone through a transformation. He was no longer as cynical as before. An aura of the artifact forging deity appeared vaguely. It's good that you can accept it, Suyu said. Wang Yunxian punched Suyu's chest and said with a smile, Don't worry. My only goal now is to promote the artifact forging deity. I will only focus on crafting artifacts. I will never think about committing suicide. You can rest assured. Crafting artifacts? Suyu touched his chin. Brother Yunxian, if you want to focus on crafting artifacts, I can recommend you to a place. I just don't know if you can keep up with me. Hearing this, Wang Yunxian patted his chest and said, What a joke! How many people in the entire Star River can compete with me in crafting artifacts? Suyu said with a playful smile, Not necessarily. After saying this, Suyu led Wang Yunxian into the weapon cabin of the sacred sky worship. The weapon cabin was bustling with activity. All kinds of enormous and horrible weapons were being forged. In particular, there was a 10,000-foot tall, horrifying puppet standing in the deepest part of the weapon cabin. It was emitting an aura that could make living creatures shudder. Wang Yunxian was dumbfounded. He had been crafting artifacts all his life, but he had never seen so many strange weapons. When he glanced at the last giant puppet, he suddenly realized something and gasped. How could this be? The ultimate ancient weapon of civilization Brahma? Suyu was surprised. Even Yongya Chushue and Yongya Chushue didn't know what this puppet was. These forging masters only knew the blueprints, but didn't know what they were. How do you know it? Suyu said in surprise. Wang Yunxian was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Do you remember the puppet of the prospective deity level that I crafted in the past? Of course I remember. That half-baked puppet helped me a little, Suyu said. Wang Yunxian had no time to complain. He was trembling with excitement. Grabbing Suyu's arm, he said, I told you that I found a manual on crafting puppets in the ruins. The puppet of the prospective deity level was one of them. But this Brahma is also in that manual. Wang Yunxian ran over, touched the feet of the puppet, and exclaimed, My goodness! I thought this kind of thing couldn't be reforged. I didn't expect it could. Wait, you mean you know how to craft this puppet? Wang Yunxian said without turning his head, Of course, more than that, I also know how to drive this puppet. The manual described it in great detail. What? Suyu was surprised. In addition to crafting the Brahma, there was another problem that couldn't be solved. They couldn't find a suitable driver. According to the current blacksmiths, they only knew how to craft. It would take time to figure out how to drive it. Even the father and son hadn't figured it out yet. Hearing that, Suyu said happily, Haha, it seems I didn't bring brother Yunxian to the wrong place. You mean you want me to come here? Wang Yunxuan's face was filled with ecstasy. This is an ultimate civilization-level weapon. Do you really trust me? Suyu chuckled. What's there to worry about? I'll be more assured if you come here. As he spoke, Suyu gathered all the craftsmen who were responsible for crafting the Brahma puppet and introduced Wang Yunxian to them. With Suyu's endorsement and the knowledge that Wang Yunxian was Suyu's good brother, these arrogant craftsmen couldn't wait to curry favor with Wang Yunxian. Without Suyu's special instruction, Wang Yunxian quickly immersed himself in crafting. With a smile, Suyu returned to the outside world. It was good that Wang Yunxian was in the sacred sky worship. He was a dead man. If he was suddenly resurrected, it would be troublesome if he was seen by others. After helping Wang Yunxian settle down, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yunxian was one of his few friends. However, Suyu could only save the lives of creatures who were not deities. For deities like the artifact forging deity, bringing the dead back to life was useless. At this moment, the tree goddess appeared in a flash. She said with a faint smile, As you expected, the Dakini has taken action. Suyu's eyes lit up slightly. Then he said, Oh, what is she going to do? She is playing the same trick again. She wants to hold a meeting with you. The reason is that Emperor Yu has ascended to the throne, and she wants to announce it to the world. Hearing that, Suyu said with a smile, I really can't refuse this reason. Although he had ascended to the throne, he had never announced it to the world. Moreover, it had been a one-sided affair from the beginning to the end. Now, the Dakini wanted to announce it to the world together with him, which meant Emperor Yu's position would be more secure. Suyu said, Have you prepared all the secret arrangements I have made in the past few days? The tree goddess said as she blinked her pretty eyes, Don't you know who I am? Of course. I will make all the arrangements according to your plan. However, you should be careful. Suyu didn't take this lightly. He was not afraid of the Dakini in terms of combat strength. However, he didn't dare to underestimate the misfortune of the Shiman deity and the glittering deity. They were killed by a demon who suddenly appeared in the secret room, which was worth Suyu's attention. Don't worry, I am confident. The tree goddess nodded her head. Then she took out the invitation card from the Dakini. 3 days later, the God Realm Empire would hold a meeting to welcome Emperor Yu's ascension. At that time, all the deities would be present to witness this historic moment. It was an unprecedented event in the history of the God Realm Empire. At the same time, a group of patrolling soldiers of the Realm of Demons were patrolling around the periphery of the Realm of Demons to see if there were any scouts from the Star River. At this time, 5 of them suddenly attacked and killed the rest of the patrolling soldiers. After a fierce battle, all the rest of the patrolling soldiers were killed. The 5 surviving demons took off their helmets, revealing Qianjun, Sha, and 3 prospective deities. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Qianjun said, Luckily, we managed to bribe some officials in the Holy Magic Hall for many years. That's how we managed to leave the realm of demons. Sha let out a sigh of relief. Looking back at the enormous realm of demons, she said anxiously, We have no way out now. Qianjun said resolutely, Princess Yunxia has almost found us. If we don't leave now, we will be killed. Our only option is to seek refuge with the Demon King. Sha nodded her head. I hope the information we brought back will be useful to him. Swish.